Okay, we are now live.
Thank you, Mr. Eklund. Good evening. I'll now call to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. This is a regular business meeting. It is Monday, February 8th, and we are again in remote format. I'll go ahead and make note that we are missing Ms. Pam Thompson at the moment, that she will be joining us shortly, but otherwise all members of the board are here, as well as Dr. Grimerson, Board Clerk Ms. Donna Potter, and Attorney Neil Ramey. So thank you, Mr. A, for facilitating our meeting this evening. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair, I move the
Yes,
board enter into closed session to prevent the disclosure of confidential personal information pursuant to GS 143-318.11 A1, A5, and A6, and GS 115C.319, and to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to GS 143-318.11 A3, including a discussion of J.M. Thompson versus Moore County Board of Education, Moore County Superior Court case numbers 21-CVS-1051 and 21-CVS-1052.
Okay, is there a second?
So second.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. A motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Mr. Levy. We'll have to vote verbally this time. So, Mr. Caldwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Mr. Hensley?
Aye.
And Mr. Holmes?
Aye.
And the chair also votes aye, so that is a 6-0 decision. We will now go into closed session with a return at approximately 6:30 p.m. Thank you very much. Mr. Eklund, we'll go back to you.
Okay, hold on a moment. We are now live again.
Thank you, Mr. Eklund. I'll now call back to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. Entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Holmes, I believe. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor, we will now voice vote. Mr. Dennison, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Mr. Hensley?
Aye.
Mr. Holmes?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
And the chair also votes aye, so the motion carries 7-0. At this time, we'll now move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe that Ms. Tanya Wagner, principal of Southern Pines Elementary, is with us as well. Ms. Wagner, did you want to speak up?
Yes, ma'am. Doing the pledge tonight will be Iris Gist, a first grade student from Miss Crabtree's classroom.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Iris. Very nicely done. All right, Ms. Wagner?
And for our inspiration this evening, we have Miss Jaslyn Foster, a fourth grade student from Miss Kazier's classroom.
I hope you choose to live by choice, not by chance, to make changes, not excuses, to be motivated, not manipulated, to be youthful, not used, to excel, not compete. I hope you choose self-esteem over self-pity, but most of all, I hope you all choose to listen to your inner voice and not just random opinion of others. Lily McDaniel.
Thank you, Jaslyn. Very nicely done. And thank you, Ms. Wagner, and hopefully you have all had a good day back in school today. All right, at this time, we'll move on to Ms. Thompson for a moment of silence.
If everyone would join me for a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, it falls to my pleasure to share with you the Engage, Inspire, Succeed recognition for February 2021. Our first honoree this evening is Ms. Katrina Nordgren from Pinecrest High School. She is our certified staff honoree. Ms. Nordgren has shown an exemplary work ethic in helping Pinecrest navigate through many challenges due to the pandemic. She was an integral part in developing the processes and procedures that help the students to have a safe transition back to school. She led the way in creating a video that outlined the school's new traffic pattern. She used her personal time to make cement posts for our one-way traffic patterns. To further help Pinecrest students, Ms. Nordgren assisted in the development of a plan to collect lunch orders and have the lunches delivered to classrooms. Additionally, she helped Pinecrest face the challenge of navigating Canvas courses, Power School, and the Advanced Placement Program. She did all these things while successfully completing her master's degree in educational leadership. And I might add, she also attempted to explain the Super Bowl halftime show to me last night. Thank you, Ms. Nordgren. And congratulations as our certified staff employee. Our support staff honorees this month are from Cameron Elementary School. It is their custodial team made up of George Green, Lisa Ingram, and Donnie Doby. Cameron Elementary School is pleased to recognize Mr. Green, Ms. Ingram, and Mr. Doby for dedication and commitment to keeping Cameron Elementary School clean and to keep staff and students healthy and safe. When the pandemic began, these three banded together to ensure that the school was able to meet the cleanliness requirements put in place by the CDC. They happily modified their hours, delegated responsibilities, and worked together to ensure that things got done. Even over the summer months when Principal Breyer proposed a variety of ideas to improve the grounds of the school, they were always ready and willing to make it happen. The Cameron staff, students, and community are thankful for each of them, and these three individuals are the epitome of what it means to be Cam Scott's proud. Congratulations and thank you, Mr. Green, Ms. Ingram, and Mr. Dovey. From Pinecrest High School, we have this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed student honorees, Caroline Hilliard and Devin Poulin. Pinecrest High School is proud to recognize Caroline and Devin as the Students of the Month. They brighten the mornings with their dedication to making the Pinecrest campus a warm and inviting place. These ladies tirelessly paint the Pinecrest rock with different themes, recognizing special events going on around campus. This year, they've spent hours designing and painting the rock to honor our veterans, celebrate the holidays, and bring awareness to local causes. These ladies work with Miss Matthews and the SGA to create a theme for the rock, and then they spend hours painting it. We are recognizing these ladies for everything they do to raise school spirit during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Caroline and Devin. And then this month we have two additional recognitions. Sisters Carmen and Vanessa Alder from Pinecrest High School. Carmen, the taller one on the left, and Vanessa on the right. Pinecrest High School senior Carmen Alder won her third consecutive North Carolina High School Athletic Association 4A cross-country championship. She is the fifth female to accomplish this, but only the second in the 4A classification. During her time at Pinecrest, she holds the Pinecrest cross-country record of 17 minutes, 25.05 seconds, and she has won 4 Sandhills Athletic Conference championships, 4 North Carolina High School Athletic Association cross-country regional championships, and 3 consecutive 4A cross-country championships. She has also been voted Sandhills Athletic Conference Runner of the Year 4 times and has been NCHSAA All-State for 4 years. Obviously, she has to graduate now. Carmen's younger sister, Pinecrest sophomore Vanessa Alder, placed second behind Carmen in the North Carolina High School Association 4A cross-country championship after placing third in 2019. She is a 2-time NCHSAA All-State cross-country runner. Vanessa has been the training partner for Carmen, and the two of them are perfect complements to each other, which accounts for a lot of their success. Congratulations, Carmen and Vanessa. Thank you so much. And everyone has been applauding over here on our screen, but with our sound silence, we can't hear all the applause, but we're awfully proud of all of you. All right, at this time, we can move on to our program highlights, resiliency during transition.
At this time, Madam Chair, I'll introduce Ms. Donna Gephardt, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and Tanya Wagner, Principal of Southern Pines Elementary School.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Grimacy, members of our school board. We are so excited tonight to have the opportunity to highlight many of the things that go on in our schools. Our board highlights are purposeful in sharing some of the outstanding events that are occurring in our school system. And we have so many wonderful events, but this one tonight is very special. Opening a new school is always an exciting time. There was much excitement and anticipation as we got ready to open Southern Pines Elementary. But it's like putting a great big puzzle together. I imagine 1,000 puzzle pieces, and everything has to come together and fit exactly right for us to start and embark on a journey of a brand new school. I will say that I do want to spotlight our wonderful staff at Southern Pines Elementary. 2 days before Christmas Eve, I observed staff putting on the final touches of their classroom. They were making sure their bulletin boards were just so that when the kids came back on January 5th, they were inviting classrooms that were beautiful. I observed Tanya, Ms. Wagner, and Mr. Jackson unloading a truck of books from the primary school to ensure that when teachers arrived on January 4th, they could go to their guided reading room and make sure that they were ready and prepared for instructing our students on January 5th. This exciting endeavor, I just noticed that teachers, custodian, everybody pitched in to make sure that this school opened was ready for children. And we are so excited for Miss Wagner, and we're going to celebrate with her as she shares her journey of opening Southern Pines Elementary. Miss Wagner?
Thank you, Ms. Gephardt. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grimacy. Ms. Gephardt kind of stole my thunder a little bit with some of the things I'm going to say, but I'm very excited to come to you this evening and celebrate the amazing staff that we have at Southern Pines Elementary School and the fact that we successfully opened January 5th in our brand new building. First, I'd like to thank the school board and the county commissioners and everyone who had any part in us getting this new school. We are very grateful for that. Instead of highlighting the school facility tonight, I do want to focus on the amazing staff that I'm blessed to work with every day. Through the many challenges and transitions that we have faced over the past year, they have shown grace under pressure and have truly risen to the occasion. They have personified resiliency as they have faced many transitions. And tonight, I would like to share our journey with you. Next slide, please. We successfully opened our doors to students on January 5th, 2021. What truly amazed me about the first day of school is that if you hadn't known it was our first day of school in our new building, you would have never known it by what was happening in the building, except for a few students and staff asking for directions through the building because they're still learning their way around, and that's still happening today a little bit as well. Next slide, please. As you all know, we merged two campuses into one, and for many years, Southern Pines primary and elementary schools operated on two separate campuses. And we are beyond excited to finally be together under one roof. We've been working for many years to bridge the gap between the two schools and to help to ease the transition from our second graders going up to third grade. That's a big jump. We always said they were going from the primary school to the big school on May Street, and now we're in one building. So that consistency, we are really looking forward to that for our kids. Next slide, please. And of course, we have to talk about this global pandemic that hit us last March. Frankly, in March, our world's turned upside down. On March 13th, when the announcement was made that school buildings were closing down and we were going to remote learning, we had no idea that it would last as long as it did and that we'd still be living it almost a year later. Our entire Southern Pines staff and community worked collaboratively to ensure that not only were our students still learning, but that their basic needs were taken care of. They volunteered to help with food distribution to make sure that our students and community were fed. There was nothing easy about last spring, but through this, we were able to build stronger relationships with many of our families, each other, and our community. We were very excited to welcome many of our students back in person this fall on our hybrid schedule. Next slide, please. So new school, merging two schools, global pandemic, and a mid-year opening to top it all off. So both campuses began purging and packing at the end of last school year. I know my teachers got very tired of hearing me say the word purge. Any of you, and all of us who've ever moved into a new home, know you have no idea how much stuff you have accumulated until you start packing. And we realized that very quickly, just how much stuff we had in both buildings. Our first official moving days happened on November 24th and 25th, just a few days before Thanksgiving. At this point, we were swimming in boxes at the two old schools and the new one. On December 4th, we had a work day just for our two Southern Pines schools. We used this day to start unpacking and setting up classrooms and other areas. During the week of December 7th, We provided tours for our students of their new schools so that they could see it before the official opening in January. Our last days for in-person instruction at SPP and SPE was on December 15th. And then the second round of moving happened on December 16th and December 17th. And then December 18th was the first day for our entire Stallion staff family to be in our new school. And on that day, we worked diligently to be ready for students to return on January 5th. Obviously, we couldn't get everything together in just that one day. Teachers had only a few days to get their classrooms ready and to learn their way around the new building. Lots of work went into getting the building ready, unpacking and organizing over the holidays to make sure we were ready for staff on January 4th and students on January 5th. It was truly all hands on deck during this time to make sure that we were ready. There were no job descriptions during this time. As Ms. Gephardt said, we were unpacking trailers and we had to go move some books and stuff because we had some staff in quarantine before Christmas break, so they couldn't pack before the movers came. There were very few weekends or days over the holidays that you couldn't find someone at the building working. Truly, everyone pitched in and did whatever needed to be done to get the job done, including Ms. Gephardt, who came over and helped us organize those book rooms. Unfortunately, due to COVID restrictions and concerns, we were very limited with the number of volunteers from the outside that we could actually have come in and help us. The additional work days that the board allowed us in the fall were invaluable to us, and we are very grateful for you to agreeing to these days because that took some of the pressure off, although there was still quite a bit of pressure to get it all done. That was very helpful to us. Next slide, please. And the pictures popping up here are our resilient staff. These are the pictures that we took on the day that they finally got to come tour our new facilities. And I can't say enough how proud I am of our Stallion family. As we always do, we came together to get the job done. We knew that we had one chance to make a good first impression in our new school home. When the students walked through the doors on January 5th, they were greeted with smiling eyes behind a mask and staff that were full of anticipation and gratitude. The unpacked boxes, there weren't many of them left, were well hidden from sight. And like I stated earlier, if you hadn't known it was our first day in the new building, you never would have known it was our first day in the new building. And instructionally, our teachers never missed a beat. Next slide, please. Through the many transitions, our staff members have learned and grown professionally while ensuring that students are still learning and thriving. Teachers were tasked with making sure students were still learning at home while still teaching students in person in their classrooms. That's through Plan B with our hybrid days in the fall and with student quarantines while the rest of the class was still in person. Virtual teaching was a challenge for all of our teachers because they hadn't done it before. For some, it was much more of a challenge than others. But everyone had a big learning curve in the fall. It was also a challenge for our students because it was a new way of learning. I'm also proud to report that our teachers were ready with a moment's notice to switch back to virtual when we returned in January. Our administrative team asked teachers to be prepared to teach remotely at any moment. With multiple classroom and bus quarantines, everyone knew they just might be next. So when we made the recommendation to shift to virtual learning for 2 weeks, our teachers were ready. What I witnessed over these past 2 weeks was nothing short of amazing. We had the highest participation rates in virtual learning that we've had thus far. Our school was not closed. I can assure you that learning continued over these 2 weeks. Whole group and small group instruction still took place daily. And I have to give a shout out to our instructional assistants because they were leading small group instruction for our students over these past 2 weeks virtually. They really stepped up and did a fantastic job. Next slide, please. I asked some of our teachers to share the positives of their virtual learning experiences. And overwhelmingly, what I heard from them is that although it certainly was not easy, they grew professionally and are better teachers because of the experience. What we learned is that we have a window into students. Can you go back one slide, two slides for me, please? There you go, right there. Sorry. So what we learned is that we have a window into the students' lives and their homes that we've never had before. Virtual teaching really helped them to not only grow as professionals, but to enhance the relationships that they have with their students and their families. As Ms. Kazir, she's a 4th grade teacher, and she was one who did both in person and virtual in the fall, and she did it beautifully, I must say. It increased the communication that she had with her parents because they were more actively involved than they ever have been before. And it allowed students to be able to share with her who her students were beyond learners. She got to meet pets and stuffed animals and other family members and learned about favorite breakfast foods in an authentic way. So instead of having students come in a morning meeting and talk about these things, she got to see it and live it and gave everyone an insight into their homes. Next slide, please. And again, some of the same here. Miss Bauer, who has been virtual all year for us. She's a virtual kindergarten teacher. Bless her for this. They need a special badge for doing kindergarten virtually, for sure. Again, she says it's been hard work, but she's learned and grown as a professional. And she's still having fun with her kids every day and still developing those relationships, which are so important. Next slide. And a few more things from a few of our other virtual teachers. Ms. Davis, she talked about how parental involvement had improved and that it expanded everyone's technology skills, hers, the students, and the parents. And Ms. Garner shared that, and she was virtual the first semester completely, and she's back in person this semester, is that she was able to get to know her students and families on a much more personal level. Next slide, please. And now I'll let you hear from our students and staff. Layla, tell me, what is your favorite thing about our new school?
I love the library and I like to read, and my favorite book is the Junie B. Jones books.
Silas, what is your favorite thing about the new school?
The gym.
Natalie, what's your favorite thing about the new school?
I like the classrooms.
Carmesia, what do you like about our new school?
I like how the school looks and the texture about it, and how all the other grades that's lower than elementary is all coming together, and we can meet new people and make new friends together.
First, I love that when we come in the morning on cold mornings, I don't have to wear my coat, and the kids don't have to wear their coat in the classroom because the heat's not where it should be. Second thing, car and bus, we're not all wet coming in from that. And my third thing, I think, is we actually have a workroom for the teachers, so I don't have to interrupt the STEAM lab class to make copies. It's actually a real workroom. And a lot more, but I just don't have time to say it.
As a custodian, I don't have to go in and outside to clean my rooms anymore.
My favorite thing about the new building is being together with all our kids and our school family. In the past, kids would leave the primary school, go to the elementary school, and we would lose connections with our students that we had built relationships with. So now that we're all together in one building, we get to see our former students and connect with their parents on Darren Carrider line.
Ms. Robinson, what's your favorite thing about the new school?
Well, I really like the fact that we are now inside of one building, that when we get ready to go to music or to art or to PE or somewhere, we do not have to go outside the building. We're not exposed to the weather or to any type of danger. We don't have to stop and put our coats on. And I just feel much safer in this building.
First of all, I have to say that I love the facilities. I thank the Board of Education so much for, again, having us have this new building that's beautiful. But probably what I'm most thankful for is the fact that our two schools, Southern Pines Primary School and Southern Pines Elementary School, are finally under one roof. We are an awesome staff, and I'm very excited about the impact that we will have on our students in the future.
My favorite thing about our new school is the bright and colorful hallways that lead to our classrooms, where we are making every child a success story.
Thank you. And our staff remains committed to our mission, making every child a success story, no matter where the learning takes place. And I will now turn it back over to you, Ms. Gephardt.
As you can see, there's many things to celebrate as you walked and listened to what's going on at Southern Pines Elementary. I also just have to say, like Ms. Wagner, Ms. Purvis at Northmore is also very thankful for her new wing and the learning environment that her students are enjoying at this point in time. But we're also very thankful for you guys as a school board and your consistent commitment to children in Moore County. Your vision has allowed this to occur. You saw the resiliency, the support that you've given our schools, and we celebrate all that you do for our students, our families, and our communities. So thank you very much, Ms. Wagner. I know Southern Pines Elementary is back and thriving, and I hope you guys enjoyed celebrating the opening of our school with us.
Thank you so much. I know, Ms. Wagner, that when this was scheduled, you had no idea it would be the first day that you and your staff had returned to campus after your 2 week of virtual learning, but we're glad to hear that it went well and that you can get back to some in-person times. I think Mr. Levy may have a question. You have a hand up?
Yeah, I have two questions and one very, very important observation. My first question is, apparently you're very happy with the virtual that you've been doing. And I'd like to know your opinions. Has virtual been an academic success? And what is your opinion? And, you know, either way is okay with me. I'm just trying to learn. What is your opinion of virtual beyond the pandemic?
I would say we've seen successes with virtual learning. It's not for all students for sure, but for some students it is a good fit. So I could definitely see a place for it moving forward. But again, we've learned and grown. It hasn't been easy by any means, but we have found successes in the virtual learning, yes.
Okay, and the second thing is kind of a personal observation. For 10 years of my life, I was a Blue Knight, okay? And then on the other side of the town were the Yellow Jackets. And these were, I believe, symbols of segregation, which was a terrible, terrible thing. Today, you're stallions, and it took 50 years. But after 50 years, I think we're getting rid of the last small vestiges, even how small it is, last small vestiges of segregation. And I think that if there is one thing that your school is contributing to, it is that. It's not so much the beautiful buildings and everything else, but it is that we're going to have one group of kids who will be judged by the content of their character. And I know, basically listening to both of you, that that's in good hands. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there other questions or comments for Ms. Wagner or Ms. Gephardt? I tell you, I love seeing the character traits posted at the hallways and with a reminder of things other than textbooks that they need to learn. All right, well, thank you so much.
I think Pam had a question.
I'm sorry. Ms. Thompson, did you have a question?
That's okay, Madam Chair. I just wanted to extend my compliments to Ms. Gephardt and certainly Ms. Wagner and her team for all the hard work. I know it wasn't easy over a holiday week with Thanksgiving and then getting into Christmas, and your team just hung in there to get the job done. So our compliments and kudos to them, as well as my gratitude as well to bring our community together under one roof, in one building, in one school. That means a great deal to the community. So Ms. Wagner, I think you're the right person for the job to get that done. I know you took the time to go to another school to be principal for a year, to get to know your team. And I appreciate you even being willing to do that. And for Dr. Grimacy, his forethought to even think about that down the road. Again, just thank you for your team. Very grateful for you and your staff.
Thank you.
And I bet car pickup line is a lot easier than being over on Massachusetts Avenue.
We actually have a pickup line. We love it, yes.
Well, thank you. We'll look forward to hearing more successes to come. All right, let's move on then to the consent agenda. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Levy.
Second.
Second by Mr. Dennison. We will proceed to vote. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Mr. Hensley?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
Mr. Holmes?
Aye.
And the chair also votes aye, so the motion carries 7-0. All right, so we will now move to public address to the board, and I believe we go to Ms. Catherine Murphy to lead us through this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight you have 11 callers and 5 written submissions. We are trying a new system, so bear with me. Hopefully this will work a little bit more efficiently. Your first speakers are Zach Gilbertson and Adrian Archer. Hi, you are live with the board.
But there is no call parked on that extension. Please try again. I am sorry.
Okay. We will move on to Colonel John McDonald. Colonel?
Yes, ma'am.
You are now live with the Board of Education.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Grimsey. I am Colonel John McDonald. For those of you I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, I'm the Senior Aerospace Science Instructor at Pinecrest High School. I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of funding the necessary repairs of the Pinecrest track. Wellness or physical training is an official and integral part of the Air Force Junior ROTC program. The objective of our wellness program is to motivate students to lead healthy, active lifestyles beyond program requirements and throughout their lives. Our wellness program accounts for 20% of our available contact time with students. The wellness curriculum is instrumental in the mission of Junior ROTC to develop citizens of character dedicated to serving their nation and communities. It is generally accepted that regular physical activity in adolescence promotes health and fitness, and compared to those who are inactive, physically active youth have higher levels of cardiorespiratory fitness and stronger muscles, lower body fat, stronger bones, and reduced symptoms of anxiety and depression. As wellness is instrumental to the mission of Air Force Junior ROTC, the Pinecrest track is absolutely instrumental to the success of our program and students. As the wellness curricula encompasses 20% of our program, the Pinecrest track serves as our classroom 20% of the time. We're on the track every Friday for the entirety of the day, And additionally, we have an extracurricular fitness group that utilizes the track for high-intensity interval training every Tuesday afternoon throughout the year, sharing space with myriad other athletes depending upon the in-season sports. Along with using the track extensively for physical training, leadership development, and team building throughout the academic year, we use the track as part of our summer encampment for incoming freshmen, where we give them their first exposure to our use of physical activity to lay the foundations of self-confidence, responsibility, accountability, teamwork, and camaraderie. When you first thought about different folks that would come before you and speak on behalf of the track, I may not have been one of the expected advocates, but I assure you I am, and I cannot be resolute or staunch enough in my support of resurfacing and properly maintaining the track. It is more than a school resource. It is a county and even regional facility that must be properly funded if it is to continue to provide the learning environment so many depend upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Our next speaker is Mr. Kevin Lewis. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
You are live with the Board of Education.
Can I start?
Yes.
In my 42 years living in Moore County as a professional journalist and resident who reported on public education in its schools, I have never observed an elected official of the Moore County Board of Election who has had more public contempt for his fellow board members than David Hensley. In just 2 months, he has undermined Moore County schools in shocking incidents. He does not engage in dialogue in the meetings, but insults the school system on his radio show on WEB and on his Facebook page where other members can't challenge him. He was elected based on his business acumen rather than education experience, but he now expresses his boredom with selling schools. Instead, he attacks the state social studies curriculum, boasting that with the help of the lieutenant governor, he will overturn the curriculum and institute the discredited by professional historians 1776 Education Project, which downplays slavery in our history. Though the state education system overruled this 1776 curriculum by a 7-5 vote, he hopes that charter schools funded by public vouchers will teach his version of history. He is an election denier who cheered on the Capitol protesters, so his basic view of civics is flawed. On January 29th, he compromised the Moore County Schools settlement of the sexual abuse of a Pinecrest female student by a school resource officer. He made public her first name on his Facebook page until he was forced to remove it. This is unethical. For a father of 2 daughters to expose a minor to this public exposure is the sign of a misogynist and a harasser. He has broken his oath of confidentiality along with other oaths and is a danger to his office. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller is Coach Chris Metzger. Coach Metzger? Coach Metzger?
Yes, ma'am.
You are live with the Moore County School Board.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank everybody for giving me this opportunity tonight, and just want to give a little briefing on the situation at Pinecrest High School. I'm going to start in March of 2007 when we arrived. The football program was in a tough situation, and as we talk about it track-wise, it's important. I bring this up because part of our blueprint was to have all our young student athletes involved in another spring sport, and track for a million reasons is a big reason why. Well, with close to 100 student athletes year in and year out participating in both football and track, it has created a tremendous bond between the cross-country student athletes, both male and females, and our student athletes. And we're talking about a pretty diverse group in both programs. Our student athletes doing this
We have seen it lead to over 100 of them in our tenure here who participated in both football and track, getting an opportunity for a college education. And not only did it lead to a college education, for some of them led to careers through learning to work with others, learning to compete on the gridiron and track. As they've gotten older in life, learning the lessons of hard work and dedication. We're talking about guys like a Spencer Bishop, who's a NASCAR pit crew member, to Stephen Pollard, who serves our military, to a fireman, Jeff Hopkins, and policemen, and then teachers and coaches, to military lawyers and doctors. We found there's a direct correlation to them having opportunity on our 8-lane track to learn and work with others. And some afternoons practice between the men's and women's teams, there will be over 200 students safely working together for the green and gold, Patriot United. Without this ability, our student athletes would not have experienced the on-the-field success on Friday nights that they have achieved, and more importantly in life. As a PE teacher over the past 14 years at Pinecrest, we have seen lives change through the transformation of our students' physical makeup and mental mindset through our physical education classes. How, you might ask? We utilize our track on a daily basis with at least a minimum of 20 minutes of some sort of cardio. Then we would go into the weight room. It's no secret how fragile the mental health of teenagers can be with everything going on in our world and with social media. I've seen and continue to run into former students from my physical education classes who talk about how that course changed their lives through the learning of the habit of cardio exercise, mixed in with strength training, mixed in with character lessons. Lives have literally been changed by that track. Normal students, not just our student athletes, who have benefited on Friday nights under the lights because of the hours they've spent on the track. The person out of that.
Coach Metzger, I'm sorry, you're out of
Yes,
time.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Y'all have a great night.
Thanks, Coach. The next speaker will be Michael Devine. Mr. Devine?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you are live now with the Moore County Board of Education.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the members of the board, Dr. Grimacy, and district administration for the work that you do and your willingness to serve the students of Moore County. I'm speaking to you this evening as part of the outstanding team of administrators, teachers, coaches, and staff of Pinecrest High School. This is a team committed to positively shaping young men and women as they prepare to launch into life. We would like to address two misconceptions we have frequently heard about the track replacement project. The first misconception is the notion that the unserviceable condition of the track is a uniquely track and field problem. This is not entirely true. The track project is bigger than that for PHS. Our track facility is an outdoor classroom that has literally been loved to death because it supports state-mandated physical education curriculums, students taking their first steps towards military service, our award-winning PHS band program, and an entire portfolio of athletic teams at Pinecrest High School. In fact, one of the most loved events of the year is the Moore County Special Olympics. These are just a few examples of why this track is a much bigger issue than the sport of track and field. The second misconception is that athletics and other extracurricular activities are something separate, distinct from or lesser than the traditional classroom learning. Extracurriculars like athletics, theater, drama, and band, just to name a few, are not extra in the sense that they are unneeded, but rather they are an essential, even critical part of adolescent development that occurs outside the walls of a traditional classroom. For many students, the track is a classroom where they develop confidence in themselves, in each other, and in their ability to compete. It is a classroom where they make choices about who they're going to be and what they can achieve, a confidence essential to success beyond high school. It's where they develop a sense of belonging that serves as a foundation for psychological well-being. This will be especially critical as we look to fully open our schools in the very near future. It is a classroom where students learn how to commit and contribute to something bigger than themselves. Our message to you is that we view the track facility as a classroom, and we ask you to do the same. We ask the administration and the board to make every effort to highly prioritize giving the students at Pinecrest the classroom they deserve, a safe place to grow and develop as people, and learn that they are far more capable than they could have dared to believe when they first entered Pinecrest High School. Thank you once again for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Devine. The next speaker will be Justin Bradford. Mr. Bradford?
I am sorry, but there is no call parked on that extension. I am sorry, but there is...
We will go on to the next caller is Lowell Simon. Mr. Simon?
Mr. Bradford, I am sorry, but there is no call parked on that extension.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
You may want to turn down the YouTube feed.
I muted.
Okay, you're live now with the Moore County Board of Education.
Okay, so I have no feedback. I'm hoping you can still hear me.
Yes.
Good evening, and you?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good to start?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you. I have a college minor in history, and I am a student of American history. My personal focus has always been the Revolutionary War and America's founding fathers. In my personal library, I have no less than 100 books about various important times in American history, and more than 30 of those relate specifically to the founding of our country. I am very concerned about the adoption of the new social studies standards. Our newest school board members seem to want to rewrite our country's history, in fact, history in general, by washing over the things that actually make our country great. What makes our country great is our ability to overcome adversity. Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Hamilton, Madison, and Monroe all understood how difficult their accepted mission was. They understood that struggle would always be part of the America they were trying to create. Down to a man, they understood the hypocrisy of saying all men are created equal, while many of them still own slaves. They understood that the Constitution was an imperfect document and would require amendments to make it incrementally better. To diminish the things that have made these men so great, things like slavery, displacement, and partisan politics, is to diminish their accomplishments. To ignore the difficult gut-wrenching compromises they had to make between themselves, their supporters, and their citizens, is to make their sacrifices seem inconsequential. These new board members want to take these accomplishments away from our founding fathers. They want to whitewash the struggles our country has gone through, maybe eliminate discussions about the Vietnam War, the Civil War, and even evolution if they could. They clearly would love to minimize any conversation that makes the America they live in hard. The beauty of our country is in the difficulty, the inherent conflict, the obstacles that must be overcome. These new standards will serve to highlight the strength and commitment it takes to see ideas succeed. They will also highlight the cost of the amendments. True Americans understand that freedom comes at a cost, and that sacrifice comes with mistakes and missteps. True Americans understand that that very adversity that makes us strong and that binds us as a nation. The purpose of these new standards is not to evaluate our past in present terms, but to understand our present in terms of our past. These standards will offer a more complete understanding of what it means to be an American. In the present world, information is all around us. Children are exposed to real and fake information on a daily basis. Adding these standards to our curriculum will allow for educated and informed debate about the American struggle. The effort by some of our board members to disregard that struggle only reduces the pride we have in being an American. As George Washington warned us in his farewell address, the name of American, which belongs to you in your national capacity, must always exalt the just pride of patriotism more than
Mr.
any
Simon?
appellation derived from local discrimination.
Mr. Simon?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Alexa Roberts. Ms. Roberts? Ms. Roberts? Ms. Roberts?
I am sorry, but there is no call.
I will move on to the next speaker, Walker Gorham. Mr. Gorham?
Yes, ma'am.
You are live with the Moore County Board of Education.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the board for your time and for all your support for the Moore County school system. My name is Walker Gorham. I'm a managing partner with Pathfinder Investment Management in Raleigh. Our firm, as you know, had recently submitted a purchase contract offer for the Aberdeen elementary school site on Sand Hills Boulevard, and wanted to relay that we provided a memo to the school board with a summary of some salient key facts, and would ask for the board's consideration and fully reviewing both our memorandum as well as our multiple prior purchase offers and letter of intent submitted to Mr. Byrath. But my hope tonight was to just highlight a few key items as it relates to both our previous interaction and meeting with the Town of Aberdeen Planning Board, as well as our third-party due diligence completed on site over the last 10 months. But specifically in following the recent feedback that we received after last week's meeting from Mr. Byrath, I wanted to highlight that we have met at length with the town planning staff to include the planning director, the mayor of Aberdeen, as well as the town manager, in concert with our engaged land planner, Bob Kuntz of Kuntz Jones Design in Southern Pines. And all parties throughout the process reiterated that they have recently completed an extensive update to their Unified Development Ordinance, and that their zoning land plan, zoning map, and UDO were all clear, and that the site would be limited to 5 dwelling units per acre, which would translate to no more than 77 dwelling units on site. And while they were supportive of us submitting a plan development application, they reiterated that any multifamily density or higher density residential development would be a non-starter and would not be approved, given the requirement to conform to the new UDO. And ultimately, we've been transparent through this process and relaying the same feedback to Mr. Byrath. But secondarily, wanted to just quickly summarize and highlight some of the key due diligence that came to light after we had engaged both civil and structural engineers on site, as well as an environmental inspection firm to evaluate the asbestos on site. And ultimately, given the topography and grade change, as you know, the ball fields at the rear of the site are actually 20 feet lower than grade level along Sand Hills Boulevard. We determined in concert with the engineer and with the town's public works that a costly sewer pump station would be required to facilitate the development, and also confirmed that the site would require over 1,200 feet of retaining walls. In addition, our environmental inspection resulted in positive identification of asbestos-containing materials in all of the buildings, everything ranging from the roof, ceiling decks, the floor, and mastic, and the paint, and then the floor tiles, all of which added an extensive additional remediation cost to our initial underwriting, and were the driver behind our revised offer.
I'll need to interrupt here, Madam Chair. Mrs. Murphy, out of interest to the other speakers.
I'm sorry, we've gone over our time.
Yeah, I think just out of respect to our other speakers. However, if I could, Madam Chair, with your permission.
We've gone, thank you.
Yeah, well, if Mr. Gorham is still on the call, there may be some interest on the part of board members to probe. I would defer to the board at this point if we want Mr. Gorham to stay on the line, or if the board has heard enough.
He's not on the line now.
I do believe Mr. Brath could track him down. If I could, Madam Chair, would the board be interested in Mr. Gorham making himself available during Mr. Brath's presentation based on what he shared here, or has the board heard enough?
Any response to that? Anyone interested in hearing more about their?
That would be unusual, but I just thought out of respect to the board, I would offer that opportunity before we moved on.
I think that we are probably good with what we have heard, and I imagine Mr. Brath already has access to the information.
All right, and Mr. Brath could answer some of those questions and go into that detail if the board so chooses. Ms. Murphy, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, the next speaker will be Jeffrey Moody. Mr. Moody?
Yes, ma'am.
You are live now with the Moore County Board of Education.
Thank you. Thank you all for listening to me. I'm kind of an old timer here, and I remember when that track was, I'm speaking about the track at Pinecrest, and I remember when the track was being built when I was a junior in high school back in 1974. Got a chance to hang out there with Coach Williams, with the field named after. And what I want to say is that track has helped a ton of people, probably tens of thousands of people through the years. It helped me qualify for the Olympic trials back in 1980. It's helped kids from the county. When I was coaching at Pinecrest, we had quite a few kids who win state championships, national championships, I myself included. We've had kids come in from Wilmington, from Raleigh, from Charlotte, from all across the state to practice on that track. And it's looking rough right now, but it's had a ton of use. I've been out there running on 46 years myself, and I haven't gotten out there yet this year, but I hopefully by the end of the year I'll be able to go get a lap or two in. That track has influenced many people, have turned many people's lives around. I can say it as a coach, that, they turned a ton of lives around. As a student, it helped me in my life. And as a teacher, teaching over at Southern Pines Elementary School, it helped there too. So if there's any way that this is helping, I hope that we all continue to support the track at Pinecrest and support those wonderful people still out there working. Thank you.
Thank you. With the chair's permission, I'm going to go back and see if we can get a hold of some earlier speakers. So starting off with Zach Gilbertson and Adrian Archer. Mr. Gilbertson? Mr. Gilbertson, it's Catherine Murphy at Moore County Schools. You are live with the Board of Education.
Good evening, and thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Zach Gilbertson, and I am a runner on the Pinecrest track and field team. I'm here with my teammate Adrian Archer to share what the Pinecrest track means to us.
Hello, I'm Adrian. Zach and I, between the two of us, have been involved with running for over a decade. Through this, we've run on dozens of tracks, from Alaska to Maryland, dirt to rubber, indoors to in stadiums. We've pretty much seen it all. But no matter where we've been and what we've experienced, we always find ourselves back home at the Pinecrest track. The start and finish line are like the bedroom, lining up for another repetition or race with anticipation or sluggishness, just like waking up for another day. And at the end of the workout, being able to lay out on the ground feeling both exhausted and accomplished feels just like jumping into bed at the end of a long day. The home stretch of the track is like the living room. Spectators in the bleachers are the visitors we invite into our home to see a part of our lives that many of us hold close. They bring joy and excitement to the races. Very rarely is there a 400-meter relay at the end of a meet that doesn't have everyone lining the fence, cheering at the top of their lungs as their final leg come to the finish line. But just like any home, there are chores to be done. The one I'm most fond of is hurdle duty, because it's taught me a lesson. A task that if any one person tried alone would take a painful amount of time is reduced to just a few minutes of scattered squads racing about like a professionally trained pit stop. The lesson summed up is like chores, life is easier with a team, in this case, a family.
When we're in class or just going about our normal lives, it's common to miss the track. Common to come down with a bit of homesickness. The joy of being with our brothers and sisters in arms, or in this case, legs, is something that can't be obtained anywhere else. One of my favorite memories was when Matt Bauer, a former member of the track and field team, returned from college for break. We didn't decide to meet at the track, or at a park, or at a basketball court. We met on the track. Like an older sibling back from university to spend the break, it felt just like home. Through the track with thousands of hours, millions of steps, we've built bonds with our brothers and sisters that will last a lifetime. The willingness to step out of our comfort zone to accomplish great things, knowing that even if we fail, we have the safety net of those who care about us waiting to not only catch us when we fall, but lift us past heights we couldn't have imagined. And when the world seems to be falling around us, as it often does nowadays, the track will always have open arms as a haven to rest and to run.
Thank you again so much for the opportunity to share with you all a look into what Zach and I and thousands of others call home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Justin Bradford. Mr. Bradford?
Yes, ma'am.
You're live with the Moore County Board of Education.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board and superintendent. I'm speaking tonight as a 40-year fly on the wall of many conversations about public education. I'm the child of a teacher and the husband of a teacher. And I'm asking the board to either scrap the recent proposal to shift county funding to dollars per pupil, or go back to the drawing board to reconsider numerous other issues that the proposal fails to address. I'm wary of the per pupil spending formulas, especially since there seems to be a move to use this funding model to privatize education. If you set aside the constitutional issues of church-state separation around funding private religious schools with tax dollars for another day, there are many costs which need to be addressed based on diverse group of students who require lower staff ratios, more interaction with guidance counselors, students who speak English as a second language, students who require speech therapy, and students who require medical support, to name a few. The per pupil model fails to adequately account for these necessary expenditures. Where will those costs be made up under this proposal? Moore County already lags behind state average expenditure per student. Also recall our state average is woefully below where it should be compared to other states. The Leandro case provides ample evidence of that. Moore County Schools currently ranks 101 out of 116 districts. Only 15 districts spend less per student based on funding from all sources, okay? So that means that we're $524 below what the average is for the state. $9,950 on average versus $9,426 in Moore County. That's shocking. If Moore County Schools is locked into per pupil funding formula with the Moore County Board of Commissioners and the state further reduces funding, that will put Moore County Schools in an even deeper funding hole. We need to consider the long term. If the General Assembly is successful with their efforts in moving more students to private and charter schools with their quote incentives, some of our costs are still fixed, like buildings, custodial, even staff. You're not going to lose an entire class of a grade and be able to reduce. Class sizes are going to go up. There's less staff doing more work. That stresses everybody out, including the community. Ultimately, we all suffer. So although the Hensley funding model is interesting, it also woefully fails to address too many other issues and should be reevaluated. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final caller for tonight is Alexa Roberts. Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
You're live now with the Moore County Board of Education.
bills to address too many other issues.
Yeah. You're probably going to need to mute thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Hi. Thank you to the board and to the staff members who have put in extra hours and some really good work on your committees, particularly the budget committee. I'm going to focus my comments tonight on the proposal from Mr. Hensley to change county funding for Moore County schools to a set dollar amount per pupil. While I agree that having a funding formula to rely on is needed, I've done some research and I would recommend against using a per pupil model for the following reasons. We'll eliminate any flexibility of appealing to the county commissioners when the state invariably cuts funding again or passes another unfunded mandate that threatens our specials like art, music, all of that. Because our county commissioners will rightly claim that they are locked into a per pupil funding formula. Also, the current Board of Commissioners cannot legally obligate any future Board of Commissioners to any funding formula. We learned that just last year when they voted to do away with a previously agreed upon resolution for a percentage of county funding for Moore County schools. Also, some kids will cost more to educate than others. A student with special needs who requires therapy and counselors, social workers, or something as simple as extra support during testing will cost more than a student who does not need those things. And because of the way that North Carolina budget cycle works, counties must submit their budgets before the state makes theirs. So locking ourselves into a per pupil funding agreement before we even know what the state is going to provide us would be ill-advised. Also, if you do a quick Google search, you'll see that Mr. Hensley's proposed plan is taken straight from the ALEC website. So that would leave some concerns as to the motivation behind going to a per pupil funding stream when we are trying to keep our politics out of our schools. I would also like to take a moment to address the lack of preparedness by our new board members. It's hard to believe that they didn't know about the state mandated calendar restrictions or the meager lottery funds for capital needs, or how the Restart program works, or the financial benefits of having a Connect Virtual Academy as a permanent local choice for families who are looking for free quality public education. I could ask new members of the board how much time they spent watching previous meetings or reviewing documentation from previous meetings, researching, or even reading their pre-meeting packets. But in some ways, I hope they haven't spent any time doing their homework, because it would be much more alarming if they are putting in the work and are remaining this willfully ignorant. I do thank the board for its time, and I sincerely ask that you consider leaving our funding process with the county as it is currently for the time being. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we did have one other person who had signed up to speak and was having some technical difficulties. It might be more useful for me to just put you on mute just for a short second and try to call him on the direct line, if that's okay with you.
Certainly.
Okay, just one moment.
Okay.
The next speaker is Frank McNeil. Mr. McNeil, you're live with the Board of Education now.
Thank you, board. I hope I come through okay. Combining a southern drawl and a cell phone can sometimes be a little tough. My name is Frank McNeil. I'm the president of McNeil Oil Company in Aberdeen. I graduated from Pinecrest High School in 1974. 20 years ago, I was a member of the Moore County School Board. So I understand your challenges, and I thank each of you for your service to our community. Tonight, I'm speaking to you about the importance of having a track at Pinecrest. The track is used by many people other than the track team, as other speakers have elaborated. But I would like to focus on the track team. For its entire 50-year history, Pinecrest has consistently had one of the best track and field programs in the state. The track team has produced more individual state champions than any sport at Pinecrest. In fact, you just recognized one of them, Carmen Adler, a few minutes ago. And in addition, both the boys and girls have won team state championships. I ran track at Pinecrest in 1973 and 1974. Some of my happiest high school memories involved that team, and several of those teammates are still my best friends to this day. Running track improved my discipline and motivation and enhanced my self-confidence. I ran track all 4 years at Appalachian State and had the opportunity to compete against some of the best runners in the country. I can't claim that being a member of the track team changed my life, but it greatly enriched it. I did, however, have a teammate at Pinecrest whose life absolutely was changed by running track. He was a state champion. He was a national champion. He was a member of the USA national team that competed in Europe and in the Soviet Union. He received a college scholarship that allowed him to earn a degree in education. He spent his career teaching in the Moore County schools, where he had a positive influence on an untold number of students. Competing in track and field transformed his life. Sports changes lives. Track and field changes lives. Pinecrest needs a new track. Our community needs a new track at Pinecrest. Please rebuild the Pinecrest track just as soon as possible. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. McNeil. I will now begin with, we have 6 written submissions for comments. The first one is from Alex Patty.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, I have a point of order.
Sir?
When this was announced, when the public address to the board session was announced, there were 11 speakers and 3 written comments. However, the 3 written comments have now changed to 6, and I believe the period for submitting written comments ends at the beginning of the meeting.
So, Mr. Hensley, I said in the beginning there were 11 callers and 5 written comments. I miscounted my sheets of paper. It's been quite a juggling act going on here behind the scenes, but I can assure you they're all time-stamped appropriately.
Okay, let's continue, Ms. Murphy.
Yeah, my notes that I took down at the beginning of the process are consistent with what Ms. Murphy has just shared.
The first written comment is from Alex Patty. I'd like to express concern over the divisiveness, partisan positioning, and demagoguery that has reared its head lately. Let me acknowledge that every board member necessarily has their own positions. That doesn't absolve you of your duties and responsibilities to a nonpartisan school board. Our community shouldn't expect everyone to always get along, but we should expect you to be civil and professional in disagreement. I have been seeing hardly any of that from our newcomers. However, it's not merely, as some say, asking tough questions or advocating for change. Some members of the board have launched social media tirades against their colleagues and the public. When pressed for details and explanations, these folks defer to sarcasm and labels such as radical leftists, or liken dissenters, as Mr. Henley has done, to Nazis and folks with severe mental illness. I've never been to law school, but I know that one lesson in legal debate is that sarcasm and name-calling are the weapons of the weak. We've reached an alarming crossroad in this country. Demagoguery and anti-intellectualism are hallmarks of tyranny. This is Plato's point in the Republic. We are seeing the manifestations of this on the board. For example, 1 minute Mr. Hensley and Mr. Levy publicly decry educational standards as politically charged, and the next minute they tell us to stand up with the Republican Lieutenant Governor, and in Mr. Levy's words, his conservative approach to education. What is it, no politics or just the partisan influences you agree with? Where is evidence or thoughtful critique, or is it a matter of personal belief? I personally don't like math, but that doesn't make it part of a fictional liberal agenda that's ruining children. But let's not forget, all this comes to bear on our kids. Kids are watching when you take to social media or the radio to air your grievances. Kids are watching when you make disparaging comments about queer folks. Kids, particular kids of color, are listening when you lie to them and say racism doesn't exist. Kids, namely victims or sexual harassment or assault, are listening when you advertise sensitive information without any regard for the consequences. Kids are listening when speaking of your political rivals, you take to Facebook and publicly tell your friends to kick blank and bring back a collection of severed ears. Ken Eklund, for the written comments, can you please still run the timer so we can stay within the 3 minute?
Yes, I'll bring that back online. Thank you.
Thank you. The next comment is from Jackie Sharp Brown. Good evening, board members, and thank you for hearing me out. I'll wait until you start, Kent. Kent, I'll need the timer. Thank you. I'm concerned about the direction the new board members are taking Moore County schools. I've tried to talk about this on their Facebook pages where they regularly discuss school board business, but I was told that space wasn't for me, only for friends and supporters. I am made to feel like an outsider because my political ideology is different from the new members. Usually when a candidate is elected, they try to engage with and represent all constituents. This doesn't seem to be the case though, and it's unfortunate. I would like to remind the new board members, Mr. Levy, Mr. Hensley, and Mr. Holmes, that you represent all of us. I would also like to point out that although you won a majority of the votes cast for your seats, of the 74,032 registered voters during the November 2020 general election, only about 36% voted for each of you. Of the 38,608 Moore County voters who actually voted, about 45% of them voted for you. I don't understand your scorched earth methods, and particularly so in light of these numbers. Only about 36% of registered voters in Moore County actually voted for you. Please think about that because it indicates you don't have a mandate you think you have. You're alienating those of us who didn't vote for you. I really wanted to give you a chance, but when I try to ask you about something you said, you call me a troll for quoting your words back to you. I am asking you for the sake of our children to please stop being so divisive and painting those of us who have disagreements with you on policy as radical leftist trolls who hate our country. As a disabled Iraq vet, I do love my country. I also know my active duty E8 husband agrees with me that these new social studies standards are not un-American. Knowing the true history of the U.S. helps move us forward to achieving liberty and justice for all. We are your constituents, we are your neighbors, we are tax-paying citizens who just want the best for all Moore County students. I have never been anything less than respectful when interacting with you, so please show me the same courtesy. Please be a partner, not an adversary. Thank you for your consideration. All right. We can reset. Thank you. The next submission is from Jessica Christie Bowman. My name is Jessica Christie Bowman. I graduated from Pinecrest in 2020. I'm a registered voter. My mama helped me write this because I have trouble getting the words in my brain on paper sometimes. But this is all what I want to say, not what she wants to say, so I hope you'll listen. I'm not smart about a lot of things, but I listen to my mama and her friends talk about education a lot. I heard them talking about funding our schools with a per pupil amount for each kid. I think that's a bad idea. Kids are different. Kids have different needs. It costs more to educate some kids than others. It costs more to give me an education than most other kids. They called me exceptional and special, but that just meant I needed extra help. I had really small classes. I needed specially trained teachers and counselors. I needed job training. I needed lots of tests. Getting the same amount to educate me as we get a kid makes no sense to me. It wouldn't be fair if you had to take some of the money you're supposed to use for them to pay for all of my extras, would it? I also want to ask all of you to please stop being so mean. I asked my mama to do the same thing. I know people get mad because they care and work hard, but that's no excuse. Mama would ground me forever if I said some of the things to my friends that she says to some of you. Nastiness hurts people. It hurts my feelings when I see bad things about my mama and her friends on Facebook that aren't true. I bet it hurts your families when they see mean things about you too. My mama works hard for our schools. You work even harder than her because you are on the BOE. People might not agree on how things should be done, but there's no excuse for all the meanness. Please stop. I asked my mama to stop. She promised she would try. I know she won't always be able to stop herself, but she can try. All of you need to try too. It's embarrassing how certain ones of you are acting. Be better. Okay. Can reset the clock. Thanks. The next submission is from Michelle Milligan. Good evening, Dr. Grimacy, Chair Carter, and board members. Thank you for taking the time to hear my comments. I want to begin by thanking Mariah Morris and Dante Poole for the presentation they gave during the work session regarding the Restart program and Aberdeen Elementary specifically. My daughter is in the 3rd grade at AES. I have been discouraged by some of the comments I heard at the work session and in the public recently regarding our school, and I want to speak about that. The administration, teachers, and staff at AES work diligently to teach and grow each student that walks through their doors. Aberdeen Elementary is a wonderful community that we are proud to be a part of. My daughter has grown leaps and bounds since her kindergarten days, not only academically, but socially and emotionally as well. A letter grade based on a single test no more tells the story of a school than it does of a student. A letter grade does not show the connection and bond that forms between a student and a teacher, when that student knows that someone is there in their corner. A letter grade does not show the excitement a student has when they realize they just memorized all of their multiplication facts by singing and dancing to a math song. A letter grade does not show the pride a student has when they get the chance to teach their peers about something interesting, like the fact that Saturn has more than 80 moons, that they learned while doing research for a project. A letter grade does not show the joy on a student's face when they pass the principal in the hall and get a high five and a way to go. These are just a few examples from my 3rd grader. There are countless others. These are just a few of the reasons I am proud to be part of the Aberdeen Elementary community, a community that supports, challenges, encourages, and meets children where they are to help them get to where they need to be. Thank you. We can reset. Thanks. The next comment is from Cheryl Christie Bowman. Words matter. Reactions to words matter. A student posting on social media encouraging a friend to go to a protest and bring back the severed ears would be immediately expelled and very likely criminally charged. A teacher revealing the name of a student alleging she had been sexually assaulted while under the care and supervision of Moore County Schools be immediately fired. Our BOE seems to have a very high standard for the behavior of students, teachers, and staff, but very low standards of behavior for themselves. Aside from a weak statement after the severed ears comment, assuring the community that Mr. Hensley's statements do not reflect the views of the entire BOE, and a public plea for civility from the BOE chair at last week's work session, there's been no reaction from members of our BOE at all to Hensley's dangerous rhetoric. There's nothing else I can do to communicate my alarm about Mr. Hensley's incredibly inflammatory behavior. The BOE and MCS administration is tired of hearing from me, and I am tired of addressing it. At this point, all I can do is remind each of you that our children are watching, and they see both Mr. Hensley's continued abhorrent behavior and the BOE's lack of reaction to it. We should each ask ourselves why Mr. Hensley seems to be going out of his way to stir up such outrage and controversy. Could it be to distract us from his real plans and goals? Does he keep us all busy sputtering with disbelief by falsely accusing our BOE chair of breaking the law while discharging her duties, calling anyone who criticizes him a leftist flying monkey and threatening them with a padded cell, and making cruel and flippant remarks so that we are too upset to pay attention to the fact that his per pupil funding formula is a blatant attempt to put charters and privates on equal funding footing with MCS? Is it to distract us from his thinly veiled plan to strip MCS of its own police force? Could it all be to keep the community from seeing his targeting of social workers' positions for cuts? I think that's exactly what he's doing, but I guess I'll never know for sure as long as this board continues to accept his behavior in violation of their own rules, regulations, and ethics. Okay. This is the final comment. From Daphne McGuire, an Aberdeen grandparent. Dear members of the Board of Education, I'm a longtime supporter of the public schools, especially those in the Aberdeen area. I value the strong people and the strong programs that are being provided for our children at Aberdeen Elementary. It saddens me greatly that board members leaving homes would publicly point fingers at Principal Dante Poole and infer that he or his staff were simply lounging around rather than working to make a difference. I know firsthand from watching Mr. Poole, from talking with former and current teachers, and from hearing from my own grandchildren that the atmosphere at Aberdeen is warm and supportive and very, very inclusive of children of all races, all skills, and all backgrounds. We can attribute this very positive approach to education directly to Principal Poole and the fine people who serve on his faculty. Mr. Poole supports every faculty member and every family with only the most positive viewpoints, and he makes sure that every child is actually learning in every classroom. It breaks my heart to know that board members make these kinds of assumptions without ever having stepped foot in a classroom at Aberdeen and without getting to know the teachers and children who are working so hard every day. Shame on you, Mr. Levy and Mr. Holmes, for accusing a very fine man and his dedicated faculty of not working diligently to make a difference for every single child who attends Aberdeen Elementary School. And that concludes the public comments for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. I think at this time we'll take a 10-minute break. It is 8:02. Mr. Eklund, if you can put us off until 8:12. Thank you.
We're back live. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call this session back to order. We will now move on to board action items. Item A, Dr. Grimacy.
Madam Chair, Mr. Brath made a presentation last week about the status of PIM's offer on the Aberdeen Elementary School. You heard a little bit from Mr. Gorham this evening. Mr. Brath is here for any final words from his perspective, but you can see what the superintendent's recommendation is based on the feedback we received from the board last week. Mr. Brath, I'll defer to you, and then we'll just open it up for any final questions that board members may have.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. Good evening, Chair Carter and board members. I have really nothing more to offer to this dialogue. We did a thorough presentation to you last week during the work session. And as Dr. Grimacy noted, Laura, if you would scroll down on the page, you will see the recommendation by the superintendent that outlines the board's general direction and desire pending the discussion last week during the work session. And so I'm here to answer any questions you may have about the school or the process.
And obviously that was a representative from Pathfinder Investment who spoke during public comment with considerations for the offer. So with that, Mr. Levy, do you have a question or a comment?
Well, I just wanted to,
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make a motion.
Yes, please.
Okay, my motion is to accept the superintendent's recommendation, and I want to make sure as to what I'm talking about. That is to reject the offer and to negotiate further with the city of Aberdeen.
All right, Mr. Levy has moved to reject the offer and negotiate possible changes with the city of Aberdeen in further conversations. Is there a second?
I second, Madam Chair.
Lots of seconds. All right, let's go with Ms. Thompson there as a second. The floor is open for discussion at this time.
Well, let me just speak to the motion, if I could, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
While I understand that the developers want to go and purchase this property, when I look at the money that they're offering, which is for an entire multi-acre piece of property, which is right off of US 1, we're going to get less than the cost of a track at Pinecrest. It doesn't seem like a fair trade to me. I think that property is worth more money, but more important, and this is just me because I think I differ in my reasoning with some of the other members of the board. I believe that that school will eventually be very, very important in terms of our expansion. And let me explain a little bit, which I haven't done before, of what I expect to come down in the future. Now, while I am not necessarily a proponent of universal pre-K, I believe that, and while I'm certainly not a proponent of the current administration in Washington, I believe that what we're going to get in the future is going to be universal pre-K. And I believe that to the extent we get it, we're going to need some of our school buildings to deal with it. And even if we don't get that, we have an overcrowded Pinecrest High School. I believe it was pointed out that we have about 2,200 children at a place which is supposed to house about 1,600. At the very least, one of our schools should house a Pinecrest annex. We've got to do something about our overcrowding at Pinecrest. Not only that, but I hope that if we do eventually sell this piece of property, we'll get much more money for it. For all those reasons, I believe that we should accept the superintendent's recommendation and reject this offer.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Mr. Hensley.
So I discussed most of the reasoning why I thought that property was worth a lot more than the current offer during the last week's work session. But I will say that I support Mr. Levy's motion because I believe in order to maximize the revenue from the properties to, obviously support our students and the Moore County taxpayers, we need to reject this offer, sit down with town of Aberdeen officials, walk through each other's issues, concerns, and visions, work out a common acceptable vision for both Aberdeen Elementary and Aberdeen Primary. We can't forget about that one as well. And then that'll maximize and hopefully come up with a joint solution which will maximize the revenue for the properties. That's all.
Thank you. Let's not get Aberdeen Primary mixed up in this. People get confused. We are talking about only Aberdeen Elementary. Mr. Dennison.
Madam Chair, if there are no other comments, I call the question.
All right. Any objection? All right, then at this point, we will proceed to the question. The motion was to reject the offer of $800,000 from Pathfinder Investment and to seek new offers as we discuss kind of Aberdeen possibility of development strategies. We will now proceed to vote. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Anderson.
We couldn't hear you.
Aye. Can you hear me?
It's Mr. Dennison.
Aye.
Ms. Thompson.
Aye.
Mr. Holmes.
Aye.
Mr. Hensley.
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell.
Aye.
And the chair also votes aye, so the motion carries 7-0. Thank you. I think you need to mute very quickly after you vote in order for us to hear the person coming after you. All right, we now move to item B, the updated plan for sustainable improvements.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm going to allow Mr. Barath to make a couple of remarks, and then as soon as he's done, before we entertain a motion, I'd like to make a statement before I offer my recommendation. So, Mr. Barath, any closing comments, maybe a remark or two about minor, well, I don't want to call it minor, but an adjustment we've made since the work session. Anything else you want to add? And then I'd like to make a statement. Then, Madam Chair, if we could open up for questions at that point. Mr. Barath, I'll defer to you.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey. Or if you may, scroll down and open the attachment, existing facilities capital improvement summary 2021 project priority. And there you go. Thank you again, Dr. Grimsey, Chair of Board members. Not to reiterate everything that we went through in great detail last week. That was a great exercise, I think, for everybody to see and understand. In the result of the comments that were made last week during the work session and hearing about the Pinecrest High School track, that has been the recommendation that we move that project on the priority list from where it was. And Laura, if you would scroll down, you will see on this chart where it is now first to last at the bottom, paired with the Northmore High School track project. So you will see both tracks are down there. Now, one of the things this also allows to be done is the projects that were following the track as presented last week. Now you will see by the running totals on the right side of the column that more projects and more schools can be potentially available with funding to commence on sooner than they would have because of the large cost of the track of investment that would have potentially put some of those projects further down as far as time goes on the projects. So this move puts the tracks together because we do know that while Pinecrest's condition is poor at its best right now, and we do know that Northmore High School is holding up better, but will be in need of replacement as well. That by putting both of those large projects together, the bottom list, it frees up many more projects at other schools. So that's the notable change that is between what you saw last week of the work session and what you have presented before you now. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Grimsey for any additional comments.
Thank you, John. And board members, I want to make clear that anything I'm going to say here for the next 30 to 60 seconds is I want to make it clear that John and I are on the same page with our recommendation. we got a lot of feedback from you all last week during the work session. It wasn't unanimous among board members, but I think we heard some strong statements about aligning the two schools' tracks together. And I think there were some strong cases made that whatever $1 million item you might have that you put on this list, it's going to create that stress where a lot of your money ends up going to that project, and it then deprives projects at multiple other schools of benefit. That was, I think it was stated different ways by a couple of different board members, but that is a reasonable observation. And so we did a lot of thinking about that because like a lot of the patriots that were speaking on this issue this evening, my heart is certainly with our need to address the condition of these tracks at both schools. I've been concerned about this in almost, now that I'm finishing up 7 years in Moore County, this has been a very difficult process of trying to maintain these tracks. We had a major success at Union Pines. We need to replicate that at Pinecrest and Northmore. But board members made some good points last week. We've got a lot of demands, and at this time, as Mr. Brath and I have laid out, there's a budget. It's got some variability to it, depending upon whether or not we take in the level of money for sale of the surplus properties at the low end, which represents an amount of money that was based on the offers we had when Mr. Brath and I put this final list together. And then at the high end, all of the appraised values. And if you look at Mr. Brath's list, you'll see that range is reflected at the end. The high end with success in selling the properties, plus being able to use the set aside that we have for the bond funded schools to minimize the impact on that set aside, come in with using as little of those lottery and local capital funds as possible. And our request for your appropriation of lottery funds is reflecting that this evening. We're cutting that really tight. If we can come in at the high end of that, we could have the money to do both tracks. So this isn't a decision tonight. By you approving this plan, you're approving a plan. You don't necessarily commit down to the project, down to the penny. This is going to be a journey. This is a roadmap. It's not a dictate. This will be the roadmap that we follow. If there has to be an adjustment to the plan as we go on, you all will be part of that. If Mr. Brath and I aren't going to just arbitrarily make changes. Whenever it looks like we've got to array the projects a little differently, we'll be back, and the public will be part of seeing what we might recommend if we have to tweak the plan. But the other thing that I wanted to add, I want to make sure that I make this clear if I didn't make it last week. These track projects are reconstruction projects. These aren't just minor resurfacing. We're going to dig these tracks up and do them properly the way we did Union Pines. That's the model. That's why they're so expensive. But it's also why if we do it right, my father used to say, if you're not going to do a job right, don't do it at all. So if we're going to do it right, we're going to build in some long-term life to these tracks. And so with that, these projects are going to take a while. I think the spring track season, I did hear all the speakers this evening that reminded us it's not just about track teams, but right now, if you'll forgive me, I'm going to use track season as a model. The spring 2022 track season or spring 2023 track season are going to be disrupted one way or another because of the length and the extent of these reconstruction projects. Using Pinecrest as an example, you could apply the same logic to Northmore. So from a practical standpoint, just looking at this pragmatically, there's no real big difference between an item being in the top, say, 15 or 18 and an item being at the bottom of the list. This entire list is based on what money we think we could reasonably have available over the next 18 months. So that really does put these tracks in pretty good company as far as this board's priorities. So for those members of the public that are a little disappointed with what I'm recommending to the board this evening, I would encourage you to not lose hope. The board's recognition of these two tracks on this list is a big step. It is a very big step. I think all the board members, if this is approved this evening, should deserve credit for making sure that these two tracks are included among these priorities. And to everybody work together to see what we can do to make this whole list a reality, everything on this list a reality, because then we are one more and all of our students benefit. And I think that opportunity is still there. So Madam Chair, I submit and happy to join with Mr. Brath in answering any questions or facilitating any discussion that the board might have. I do recommend that you consider a motion to approve the order of priority that has been presented this evening, which is based on Mr. Brath's and my careful listening to the board's interaction last week.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Mr. Brath. The chair will now entertain a motion. Ms. Caldwell, I believe your hand was up first.
Yeah, I wanted to make a motion that we return to the original project priority plan that was presented on February 1st, and that would put Pinecrest back to the top.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All right, motion by Ms. Caldwell to return to the priority list as it was presented at the February 1st work session. Second by Mr. Dennison. Is there discussion or questions for Dr. Grimacy or Mr. Brath? Let's see. Mr. Dennison, do you have a question?
I don't have a question. I have some comments, if I may.
Yes. Actually, back up to Ms. Caldwell since it was her motion. Ms. Caldwell, do you have comments you would like to make in support of your motion? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I was on. I will after if needed.
All right, Mr. Dennison.
Yes, ma'am. As I stated at our last meeting, I am very much in favor of doing things that will directly affect, in a good way, our students. I know we have other things that need to be done, but our students are our top priority. And if we have to make some changes because of other things break down, that's fine. But I feel very strongly that we need to focus on what's best for our students. And I don't think fixing a pipe is going to be best for all our students directly, at least not unless it breaks or something. But I'm all for moving the track up. Students need it.
Mr. Levy.
Yes, I really am in favor of the superintendent's motion, the superintendent's position. I listened very, very carefully to Coach Metzger, the Colonel, and everyone who spoke in favor of this track. And actually, I agree with them. Track is extremely, extremely important. But what I disagree with is mostly what Mr. Dennison just said. And that is what will help our students most. Am I going to put a track down in Pinecrest, or am I going to be able to flush a toilet? Am I going to put a track down in Pinecrest, or am I going to fix a leaky roof? Am I going to, and this is especially for the northern part of our county, and the northern part of our county is extremely, extremely, they feel left out. Because what they see in the northern part of the county, and by the way, I'm from Pinehurst. I'm not from the northern part of the county, but I listen to all our constituents. And in the northern part of the county, they see, well, let me see, they just got a $300,000 Jumbotron over at Pinecrest, which was privately funded. I need to say that. Let's see, they just got 3 new schools costing $100 million in the southern part of the county, and we have a roof that needs to be repaired. We have buses that don't have cameras on them. We have security problems in our schools, and we're going to take a great chunk of money from our budget. And so we're going to still have the people in Carthage Elementary with an unrepaired building. We're still going to have the people in High Falls with a leaking skylight. We're still going to have these problems, but Pinecrest is going to have a track. I believe that what Coach Metzger said and the other people said is important. And I agree with everything they say. But as a board member, I have to make a choice. And I can't give everyone everything all at once. And this priority list is important. And the superintendent, I believe, we have to really listen to him because I often say we defer to the experts sometimes. And I've got a lot of, I disagree a lot with the superintendent. But when it comes to our facilities, it's very, very important that we look at what they recommend. And here's the good part. The good part is that although once again, I don't necessarily support the current administration in Washington, I think we're going to have a lot more money from the new stimulus package. And I think that package will help us to do things that we might not have normally done. So I look at, in terms of funding, I look at a bright future, and I believe we will be able to do the track. I just believe that we need hot water heaters, and we want to make sure our students don't freeze in the northern part of the county before we build that track over at Pinecrest. So with that, I'm going to make an amendment to the motion. And that amendment is that we amend the motion to accept the priority list as outlined by the superintendent.
I'm not sure that's actually an amendment.
Madam Chair, it actually is germane to the motion. It's an amendment that completely reverses essentially the motion, but since it's germane, I think it's a properly made motion to amend. Would require a second. Then there could be debate on the motion to amend, and then we would see what happens there. If the motion fails, we're back to the original motion from Ms. Caldwell. If it carries, we have a new motion.
All right, does Ms. Caldwell need to accept the amendment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, there's been a motion made for an amendment to Ms. Caldwell's original motion, which would take us back to the list as presented on February 8th. Is there a second?
And I'm not sure if Mr. Levy was going to speak further on that. I would add the other alternative would be simply to vote on the, if Mr. Levy withdraws the motion, you could just vote on the first motion. And if it fails, make a second. You get the same place either way, but I think it's a procedurally proper motion to amend and it would require a second and a vote.
Okay. Is there a second? All right, hearing none.
I second his motion. I second Bob's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. Ms. Thompson, your hand has been up. Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would just like to remind everyone, as Dr. Grimacy had mentioned at our work session, that putting off our Pinecrest track would take us out to, remind me, Dr. Grimacy, we wouldn't even get started until the fall of 22. Is that correct? So it would actually be the spring of 23 before it was completed.
Yeah, well, I think that the most ambitious proposal Mr. Brath and I've talked about is starting this fall and working into 2022 with and Mr. Brath, correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to think that if the funding is higher on the list then and there's the full amount of $1.2 million is available this fall with design and staging and getting ready and demolition of the current track. Talk a little bit about perhaps the most ambitious if it's cited higher on the list. And then if it's down at the bottom of the list and we're into 2022 before we have the funding, but the design work is done and everything's ready to go, what might be the most modest estimate as to when it might happen? So most aggressive and most modest. Mr. Brath, what's your best? What's your crystal ball tell you on that?
The process for the track with the surveying and design, you could be looking at 2 months, maybe a little more than that, just to survey the situation, the drainage, the track, the facilities, and then to design the solutions, and then to get them approved and permitted. So you're looking in between 2 to 3 months for that to start with. And of course, the bid process and the award of bid, you could be looking at about another month and a half to 2 there for that. So you're right there looking at about 4 to 5 months, best case, to get to the point where you've awarded a contract. And then for the contractor to do the staging and then the demolition and make sure all materials are arranged for delivery as needed. 4 months, maybe possibly 5, worst case on that one, to complete the task at hand. So you're looking at anywhere maybe on 9 months in that range, plus minus 1 month potentially there for a project of this scale. And as Dr. Gramercy said, even if this was, the board was to approve the project being later on the list, that doesn't stop us from going ahead and performing the survey, getting the design ready so we have what's referred to as shelf ready. So it can then go out and be bid when it's as soon as the funds become available to save time.
Is it in terms of cash flow to have the money on hand to proceed with that? I'm looking at that and thinking we've got to clear the set aside for the bond funded schools, and we might have to sell another school. We're probably not going to have cash flow until after the summer.
Okay. Dr. Gramercy, and back to Mr. Morath, I didn't get a date out of that, though. What track season are we talking about this being ready to go? I think that's what Ms. Thompson was asking.
We're looking at 9 to 10 months. 9 to 10 months. Most aggressive would be that you would start this fall and you would finish the subsequent summer. That would be most aggressive. And then assuming that we were able to sell the schools for prices that, given the negotiating positions that you all have taken, we end up on the high end with the sale of our schools. It may be another year before we get started, but it might not take 9 months because we would have a lot of the advanced work done. So you're looking at finishing either in the fall of summer of 2022 or the summer of 2023.
Okay, that's what we needed to know.
And again, that's assuming that your goal as a board is to do all the projects on this list for all the schools that are cited with the money that the revenue that we've projected as it looks today. But now that, there can be some variation in that. Remember, it's a plan.
Ms. Thompson, did you finish with your question?
I did. That answered my question. And realizing where we are with our sale of properties. At this point, we only have checked off Southern Pines Elementary. So realistically, for our other properties, we really don't know a solid time frame that those buildings will even begin to get to a point of us negotiating a contract to sell. So that comes into play as well as we look at these priorities and what money we have. And then I just want to touch on Mr. Levy's point, to just acknowledge that a Northern Moore area, we are, I mean, as far as saying we're not getting anything in Northern Moore, I think at this point, folks are so happy that we have our classrooms and our auxiliary gyms, gym and athletic facilities at Northmore that was so graciously given from extra funds from the commissioners and taxpayers, and of course the board approving that. That some of the other maintenance projects that are on our list, yes, we need those. We need those in Northern Moore. However, I mentioned last time about our air condition for our gyms. We definitely need air condition at Westmore and High Falls and Carthage and Bass. So I think our priorities on the list clearly outlines from one down to the end where we need to go in the order of what we need and with what dollars we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, do you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, it was just a quick question. Can somebody tell the big, beautiful Jumbotron, how much did that cost us, just for me?
Didn't cost us anything.
Huh?
Didn't cost us anything.
Really good. Cool.
Yes, so do you have another question?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, yeah. That was money raised by booster contributions. Other questions? Mr. Hensley, you have a hand up.
Yes, I do. So I have a couple questions, and then I have some points to make. So my first question is the track currently unusable or at all? I mean, I heard the marching band couldn't use it. I was out there this weekend. I mean, it looked like some marching band could practice on. Is it completely unusable and it's off limits to all students, or is it just not match grade?
No. My understanding, and John, correct me, my understanding is that we can't host conference and district, conference and regional track meets. Are we able to host dual meets?
There are no track meets. There are not any track meets able to be hosted at that track right now.
But our athletes use it for training and whatnot.
Is when I spoke with the athletic director, they do not, because of the trip and slip hazards where the rubberized coating has eroded away and exposed asphalt and cracks of the asphalt where students' cleats would slip. They've had some students actually have that happen where they planted and slipped, tripped over the seams that have lifted up. So they are not using that track at all for those purposes.
My understanding, when I spoke with Mr. Hewitt, the athletic director, Mr. Hensley, last week, was that they're working with Union Pines to arrange time for them to use Union Pines to host their track meets.
Yeah, I would just like to, to make a decision, we need to have a full understanding of how usable it is. And I heard everything from the marching band couldn't use it to practice to we couldn't have meets. So I don't know that we as a board have a good understanding of what it currently can and cannot be used for. One thing that the superintendent's discussion, and Dr. Grimacy, I appreciate your input, but one thing it failed to take into account is, yes, we're moving that to the bottom of we're moving that track and the two tracks to the bottom of this list. But what Dr. Grimacy did not point out is that there's another $95 million worth of unfunded repairs and scheduled maintenance that isn't part of this list. So, hold on, my cat just killed everything. So, anyway, stand by a second. So I'm very concerned about that. The statement was made, we're going to get all projects done and fix both tracks. Well, again, it's a matter of getting this list done and then not having $2.3 million that we could apply to the other $93 million worth of unfunded repairs and whatnot. Many of the unfixed issues impact the quality of education and the health and safety of our students, faculty, and staff. I'm going to make a couple points why I cannot support this, and then I have an idea on how to better fund it. First of all, the reasons I can't support it. I can't spend supporting $1.3 million or 15% of our total 2-year repair budget to fix a track when we have $103 million worth of unfunded repairs, as I mentioned earlier, many of which affect the educational quality, health, and safety of our students. If you put the Northmore and Pinecrest tracks together, it's 27% of our entire 2-year $8.4 million budget. So I would ask, if we spend 27% of our budget, of our 2-year repair budget to do 2 tracks, how can we then turn around and go to the Moore County commissioners and the Moore County taxpayers and ask for between $72 million and $95 million for emergency repairs and maintenance? It's just disingenuous, and I think it shows misplaced priorities. My second point is I can't support spending $1.3 million to replace a running track for the sole benefit of the students and residents. And I'm going to make that point in a minute, because I think that the surrounding towns should contribute to this effort. But I can't justify, and Mr. Levy made this point, of spending $1.3 million to replace a running track for the sole benefits of the students and residents of Aberdeen, Pinehurst, and Southern Pines, when we just spent $1.4 million for 3 new schools for the benefit of Pinehurst, Aberdeen, and Southern Pines, while buildings in the rest of Moore County go unreplaced and unrepaired. Third, I can't support spending $1.3 million to replace a running track for the sole benefits of Pinehurst, the students and residents of Pinehurst, Southern Pines, and Aberdeen, when the central office just had $1.1 million in cost overruns for the 3 new schools. And where did that $1.1 million come from? And oh, by the way, we're about to vote for that in about 30 minutes. That $1.1 million in cost overruns came out of the mouth of maintenance funds. We're going to take our precious lottery maintenance funds and we're going to spend it on the cost overrun of the schools. Had we not had those cost overruns, then maybe we could have a track. I can't support spending $1.3 million to replace a running track for Pinecrest when just 2 months ago, this board, I didn't vote for it, but this board voted 4-3 to buy a new activity bus for Pinecrest while ignoring old dilapidated activity bus throughout the county to include Old Rusty in New Century School. I can't support $1.3 million to replace a running track while Moore County Schools isn't even making an effort to leverage the generosity of our community by having an active and vibrant Moore County School Foundation, which should be raising millions of dollars to do this sort of stuff by running to the Moore County taxpayer. Most importantly, and here's my proposal, and actually, I'm glad the public spoke out on this because they made my point. I've stopped by. I love Dairy Queen. There's a Dairy Queen between my house and the Dairy Queen there off Morganton Road is the Pinecrest track. So I drive by there frequently. I've gone by there on nights. I've gone by there on weekends, and that track is used extensively by the public. I go out there on the weekends and I see citizens from the surrounding communities out using the track. In fact, several people today, to include the colonel from the Pinecrest Aerospace Department and I think one of the coaches, mentioned that the track is a community asset. So, first, let me say, I'm a big believer in opening Moore County Schools facilities to the public and all organizations. However, since the track is in the Pinehurst, Aberdeen, Southern Pine area, and it's widely used by individuals. Individuals use the track, vice groups such as AC Sandhills or Pinecrest Wrestling Club, which rent a facility. Since individuals use it free of charge, I suggest, and I'm going to make an amended motion here in a minute once we get through Mr. Levy's, but I'm going to suggest that we temporarily remove the Pinecrest track from the list of priorities. And we entered into discussions and negotiations with the surrounding communities, Pinehurst, Southern Pines, and Aberdeen, that those municipalities pay for 2/3 of the cost of the track. Plus, I'm not sure we have liability insurance for those individuals out using the track. So I believe that if the residents of Pinehurst, Southern Pines, and Aberdeen want to use that track, and I'm all for it, then I think that the towns of Southern Pines, Pinehurst, and Aberdeen chip in 2/3 of the cost to replace the track and the proper liability insurance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hensley. Let's get back to the actual question at hand. Funding is another matter where it ends up. Mr. Holmes, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I did. I had a comment for Mr. Barath. How many lanes was it over at Pinecrest? Was it 8?
That is correct. Pinecrest is 8 lanes, Northmore is 6, and Union Pines is 6.
Okay, what about other schools in the conference?
I cannot speak to those. I just know these are 3 high schools.
I remember whenever we went and toured, I thought it was made mention that the 8 lane was the only one in the conference. Is that right?
Like I said, that I don't know because I don't know.
Okay,
Mr. Hewitt, if Mr. Hewitt made that statement, I think you can go to the bank with it.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Barath was standing there. That's the only reason I asked. It seems to me like every time we sell a school, we decide to buy something new and shiny. And I just wonder why everything new and shiny goes to Pinecrest. They just got a new bus. And looking at all the other, facility capital improvement that we have, spending $1 million on a track. I mean, look at these. Look at the whole list. I agree with David. We need to take this off the list. That's really it.
Mr. Dennison, did you have a comment?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I look at the list of work we have to do, and the only thing I see that directly affects the students are the tracks. And as far as the superintendent's recommendation, we received a recommendation previously. The only reason that recommendation was changed, it was because of the comments that some board members made regarding the priority list. As far as not having money to do things, we all know county commissioners are responsible for our capital expenditures. That's the only place we get it other than the $850,000 from the lottery. And the 3 new schools we built were on a bond fund, so that really doesn't affect what we're talking about here. And I feel strongly that we need something that directly benefits the kids. They're keeping them from doing what they can do right now. These other things, I don't see them directly benefiting. They need to be done, but I don't think they need to be done unless they really it becomes critical that they have to be done. I think we have to do what's going to really affect our students right now and help them in achieving their results. That's it.
All right, Ms. Caldwell, put your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, I was lowering it. Yeah, I have to agree with Ed on this. I just think that, Mr. Hensley made a point that he wants to take it off completely. So to be honest, it could never be done. And which just basically means that it's just going to get worse and worse and worse, which we all know that prices are going up on supplies. So it's just going to cost more money down the road. So I'm all in favor of keeping what my motion was.
All right, Mr. Holmes, did you have a comment? Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, it's just 2 things I wish to clarify. First of all, to Ms. Caldwell, my suggestion isn't to permanently remove it from the list. once I'm given an opportunity to make a motion to amend, my suggestion is going to be to temporarily remove it from the list for a designated period of time in which we talk to the surrounding municipalities to get them to provide funding for it. And after that amount of time, if they agree, then it gets added back to the list. And if they pay 2/3, then we can take that $841,000 and we can move further down the list, the other $93 million worth of stuff, and we can work on that list. If they don't, then we can decide what we're going to do from there. So I'm suggesting a temporary removal because we haven't even explored, again, how many people said it's a community asset, but why don't the surrounding communities help pay for it? We had 3 speakers, I believe, tonight who said it was, at least 2 who said it was a public asset. And to Mr. Dennison's point, if the remaining $93 million worth of unfunded, some of that is scheduled maintenance. Actually, I know the numbers. It's $47 million of that is forecasted maintenance, and the remaining of it, 40 some odd million dollars, is repairs, unfunded repairs. And I find it very hard to believe, actually I find it impossible to believe that $47 million worth of unfunded repairs have no impact on our students. If we have $47 million worth of unfunded repairs that don't impact the students, then why do we need to make them? So that's all I have.
Mr. Dennison.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
Are there any objections? Right.
Madam Chair, if there's no further debate, I just wanted to remind the board that the pending motion is a motion to amend the original motion. It's not so no action would be taken. If the motion passes, Mr. Levy's motion passes, Ms. Caldwell's original motion will be null and void, and the motion that will be up for consideration will be whether to approve the superintendent's recommended list of priorities as presented in the agenda.
Okay. I seldom weigh in as chair, but I just want to go ahead and point out that based on what Dr. Grimsey said earlier tonight, that based on Ms. Caldwell's motion or Mr. Levy's current motion, if the track is left on, then there's hope that it will be done. Obviously, Mr. Hensley's decision to amend the motion would make a change in that. As we talk through this list of all these different items, and everyone seems to want to poke at Pinecrest as to whether they seem to get everything. Well, I just want to remind all of our board members that 1/6 of all the children who attend the Moore County schools go to Pinecrest. 1/6. So is it any wonder that more things do seem to pinpoint that larger student body? I'll also add that as delightful as it is to have 3 brand new elementary schools in the southern end of the county, none of those do anything to help a building such as Pinecrest or West Pine or New Century. They are new standalone facilities, and the students that attend those will benefit from them, but they do not serve to benefit children in other school properties. So everything on this list is important. No one is going to dispute the fact that we want to flush toilets, but I think we've heard very convincingly that the track at Pinecrest is an essential part of the programming at Pinecrest, both within academic classes, within physical education classes, and within sports programs, and of course, it may be attractive to community members, and so that's another point. All right, since the motion has been called, we will now proceed to vote, and now we are voting on Mr. Levy's amendment to return to the list as presented tonight, February 8th, which would mean that the Pinecrest track would be the next to the last item on the list. All right, so Ms. Caldwell, how do you vote?
That would be a negative for me.
Mr. Dennison?
No. Mr. Dennison, no.
Mr. Levy?
Yes.
Mr. Holmes?
Aye.
Mr. Hensley,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
I'm voting on the superintendent's new recommendation.
okay, so you're voting for the
Yes,
recommendation
ma'am.
here tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
The chair votes no. The motion does carry 4-3. Mr. Ramey, do you need the exact names of who voted?
I've got it for the minutes, and I guess that means that the motion on the floor has been amended, but it hasn't, and it's been made and seconded. It hasn't been voted upon, so that the principal motion has now been changed, and it is a motion to accept the superintendent's priority list as presented in the agenda.
And I call the question on that.
All right, we will now proceed to vote, and the motion is to approve the superintendent's list as presented this evening.
Wait, we need to vote on call the question, and in my understanding, it requires a 2/3 majority.
That's correct. Call the question doesn't automatically end debate. So if any member wishes to speak, I think they should be allowed, unless there's a motion to end debate, which requires a second and 2/3 vote.
I'll withdraw my motion if someone else wants to speak. I don't want to step on anybody, but I just thought we were had a debate, but that's all right.
Is there further comment?
I make a motion to amend Mr. Levy's motion. I make a motion to temporarily remove the Pinecrest track from the list of priorities.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Hensley has moved to remove the track completely from the list, and Mr. Holmes has seconded. All right, is there discussion?
I have discussion. Stand by a second.
Mr. Hensley, is it germane to your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready?
Not quite. So as I discussed earlier, this is the follow-on. I'm not going to rehash everything I said. We face a $103 million funding deficit over the next 20 years. And we're working really hard to get that money. And we need to demonstrate to the taxpayers, and we need to demonstrate to the county commissioners and everyone in this county fiscal responsibility. We also need to demonstrate new ideas and new approaches, such as public-private partnerships, such as Pinehurst Surgical standing up and doing the Jumbotron, and other donors who will, that will generate revenue for our athletic teams. That's the sort of innovation and new thinking we need, So again, my motion is to temporarily, my amended motion is to temporarily remove the Pinecrest track from this list of priorities. I'm not saying replace it with something else. What I'm suggesting is that we temporarily remove it for a time period, say 6 months. And during that time, we conduct negotiations with surrounding communities for them to pay 2/3 of the cost of the track and general liability insurance. For the public using the facilities, as we had several people testify here tonight, that those are community assets. If they agree to pay 2/3 of the cost of the track and associated liability insurance, then the track will be returned to the list, and the board will select a list of projects from the $93 million worth of unfunded projects to spend the remaining $871,000. If at the end of 6 months an agreement isn't reached, then one thing for sure, we're going to close the track off to the public and make it only used by high school students and people who pay fees. And then we as a board can vote. But shame on us if we do not explore the possibility of having the surrounding communities chip in to help pay for this track. Thank you.
Mr. Dennison.
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand. There we go.
Okay. Mr. Levy.
Yes. So I want all the people who claim about the three new board members, that they all think alike. Please, they need to take notes now, because I actually believe that that track is necessary. And while I do sympathize with what Mr. Hensley says, because I think it would be great in a perfect world if we could do that. I do think that we do need it. And we also need a track up in Northmore. I actually believe that we need the track at Pinecrest, oddly enough, a little bit more than Northmore, because I understand that the Pinecrest track is less serviceable than that up in Northmore. So I think what the superintendent has given us is a great middle of the road, which I think is one of his strengths, that he thinks independently, and he does give us a middle of the road strategy. And that is not to put it first and not necessarily to put it absolute dead last. And with any luck, we'll have enough money so none of this is going to matter. But I do believe that there is a community desire, as stated by Coach Metzger. And I might add that as needed by that John Williams Stadium, because I remember Coach Williams, and I remember Coach Williams telling me to drop down and give him 10. And so I think that's it's a great facility, and I think we can improve it. So I'm going to vote against this motion. Is this an amendment? It's an amendment. So yes, I will vote. With due respect to Mr. Hensley, I will be voting against the amendment.
Ms. Caldwell, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just a real quick comment. I just wanted to say, if we do that and go out to the community, David, we're going to have to do that for Robbins as well. And then we're going to have to do that for Vast Lakeview, because everyone uses their gym. So if we get AC for them, then we're going to have to get the community to gather around to do that for them. So it just kind of trickles down, and we know Robbins, the community doesn't have money to put 2/3 into a gym. I mean, a track, I'm sorry. So that's why I'm against what you're presenting today.
All right. Are there other comments?
Madam Chair, this is Ed. I call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison. It's always interesting to think we could let someone else foot the bill. I believe the town of Southern Pines will tell us they just spent their entire recreation budget to buy a new park, but it's an interesting thought. All right, the question has been called. Is there any further discussion? All right, we are now voting on the amendment, which would be to remove just the Pinecrest track from the list of priorities. All those in favor?
Stand by. So hold on a second, Madam Chair. It's to temporarily remove. I want to make sure it gets recorded correctly. It's to temporarily
remove just the Pinecrest track from the list of priorities. Correct. All right, Mr. Holmes, how do you vote? You're going to have to unmute.
No.
Mr. Hensley?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
No.
Ms. Caldwell?
No.
Ms. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Levy?
No.
And the chair also votes no. The motion fails by 1 to 6, or 6 to 1. All right, we're now going to return to what was Ms. Caldwell's original motion, which was amended by Mr. Levy, which now reads, the board will approve the order of priority for the projects as identified on the school board regular meeting executive summary sheet for this evening for February 8th. All right, that puts Pinecrest and Northmore at the bottom of the list with their tracks. So that is the motion on the floor. Is there further discussion? Mr. Dennison, do you have a hand up? Or Mr. Levy?
No, I'm sorry.
I call the question.
All right, we've already got it. All right, so we will now move to a vote. And again, this is voting on the list of priorities as it exists on tonight's executive summary. Ms. Thompson, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I want to be clear. are we voting on the list of priorities as it presented on last week's?
No, ma'am, as it's
On
presented.
tonight, for
Mhm.
tonight, by the superintendent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
I'll vote in favor. Aye.
All right, Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell,
No?
Mr. Dennison,
No.
Mr. Holmes,
Aye.
Mr. Hensley,
Nay, no.
and the chair also votes no. The motion fails 4-3.
So,
All right.
so where does this leave us? A point of information. Where does this leave us?
That means the floor is open for further motions, if someone would like to make one. Ms. Caldwell, your hand up?
Madam Chair, on behalf of the staff, could I get an explanation? I thought you just approved what the recommendation was and we're done and we move on to the next item.
No, that recommendation failed 4-3.
Correct. There were 3 votes in favor of the motion, so no action's been taken.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move the item be tabled from the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Just from speaking up here, remember that many of the things on this list will need pre-planning in order to be carried out this summer. So if we are concerned about pump stations, and I'm just grabbing at the list here, pump stations or air conditioning units or whatever it might be, if planning doesn't go into the works fairly soon, it will not get done this summer. Am I correct, Mr. Barath? I might have lost Mr. Barath.
No, he's there. John, you need to mute. Unmute, please.
Clicker just kept missing the button. My apologies there, Chair. So the list of items as identified in there, there are some that will take some planning, as you mentioned, like the pump station item, that will take some time to be prepared to bid and then to construct. So moving further down the list, some of the other items of smaller obviously would be quicker to do. So
You don't have to itemize for us, but there are items that do need planning.
there are, correct.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Hensley.
I'm sure I just have one comment, and it's something I expressed last week in the work session, and it's really kind of a dissatisfaction with the whole process. We were told that there was going to be approximately $8 million worth of funds available. So we were presented, and the public was presented, a list of $8.4 million worth of projects that we had to vote straight up and straight down. Well, where's the other $4 or $5 million? And maybe we could prioritize. All we've done by moving the track up and down and sideways and this and that is rearranged the chairs on the deck of the Titanic. I believe a better process is that we're given, if we have $8 million, we're given $15 million worth of the highest priorities, and then we decide a cutoff line.
Okay, Mr. Levy.
Yeah, let me see if this works, because I do want to try to solve.
If I could, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Levy, would you permit me, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to comment on that. You, Madam Chair, your administration brought before you a plan that sought to have we imposed a guideline for ourselves based on what we could reasonably estimate as a range of revenues that could be available over the next 18 months. So we imposed that on the presentation that we made, and we presented to you from the complete list of all projects that which we felt was of high priority, but also fit some practical pattern of projects that could be accomplished in the next 18 months. So if the board prefers to do the work itself and take the whole plan, then I'll be happy to plan another all-day work session. We'll take the whole thing and the administration will sit and take notes while the school board does the administration's job for it. Thank you.
Ms. Levy.
Yes. Let me ask a question first. How many total, Dr. Gremsey, how many total things are there on the list? And was it 29 or 39?
I believe it was in the mid 30s. I'd have to go back and count. I think it was like 34 or 35.
Okay, well, I'm interested in getting all of this done, and maybe this is, I'm interested along with the chair in making sure that we can get started here. So I'm going to make a motion. I don't know if there's any support for it because we can't seem to get the track as number 6, and we can't get it as number 29 or whatever it is. I'm going to just arbitrarily ask that the track be placed number 15 on the list. Let's get this done. Let's try to get it all done, and let's get moving on some of these repairs. I personally think that holding up these repairs based on a track is it's just not something that I think is a good item. So I don't know if I get a second on it or not, but let me see what I can do with that.
Madam Chair, can I just point out there's a motion pending to table the consideration of this that Mr. Dennison made that was seconded. That question hasn't been called. You haven't stated the question for vote.
You're right.
As a courtesy, I'd suggest that we allow that motion to proceed. And as a point of clarification, Mr. Dennison just said to table. It's customary to table a motion to a particular date for consideration at a particular future meeting. So I guess I would ask for clarification on that. And if it's all right with Mr. Levy, I suggest that we allow that motion to proceed since it was made.
I'll defer. I'll defer.
Or
May I remove my motion to table?
Would like to involve the motion.
May I remove my motion to table?
Yes, since the chair hasn't stated the question, so if you can withdraw it, Mr. Dennison.
I withdraw my motion to table.
Okay, Mr. Dennison's motion to table has been withdrawn. Mr. Levy, let's return to your motion.
My motion is to put the Pinecrest track and to put the Pinecrest track and the Northmore track in the center of the list, wherever that center is. If it's 30, make it number 15. Whatever.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Yeah, I'll second.
Second by Mr. Dennison. Is there further discussion?
I hate to beat a dead horse to death, but John, where would that put the timeline for if we did that, where would it put the timeline for those tracks?
What I was doing was taking a quick look at the list, and Ms. Lauren May, if you would please bring up the spreadsheet for clarity to the motion made by Member Levy. If you take a look at the list and you come down to Robbins Elementary replacing split system units with new split system heat pumps, etc., for $943,500. That is the 18th project on that list. So about the 37, that would move the track up to that place, move that Robbins down 1 to number 19, if I understand the intent of the motion. And by nodding your head, I assume that's correct, Member Levy, with the motion there. Okay, so putting it there.
Keep going, John.
At that point, you're looking at over $1.8 million of expenditure ahead of that, and then the track being an additional 1.3. So you're looking at a collective of just over $3 million that would need to be identified by then. Timeline for those funds. I'm just based off of what was presented previously, I'm going to say that probably puts it about a year out from being able to do based off of the funding strategies that we presented and looked at.
That would be the beginning of the project, Mr. Barath?
That would be the beginning.
Okay.
So it's basically the same as keeping it last.
You put it, it would be out there, yes, because of the large cost that needs to be accrued.
Right.
I would remind the board that we're talking about differences of 6 to 8 months, and that I would remind the board this is a plan, and that no money is going to be spent without the board's approval, and the board will have plenty of opportunities to make adjustments as we go forward. That would include any innovative funding strategies that might emerge as we move forward. You can approve the plan and still proceed with looking at some sort of innovative approach to pay for it. The number of 8.4 is the high end of what the board might receive from the funding sources that we identified previously. So the differences in timing are like 6 to 8 months. So I think the public does expect you to be able to agree on a plan.
Mr. Levy, are you ready to wrap this up? I see a hand up.
I'm sorry. Once again, I did not put my hand down. I'm ready to vote.
All right, is there other discussion?
Madam Chair, I have discussion points.
Are they germane to this?
Sorry? Absolutely, absolutely germane to 15th and 16th. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I just want to make it clear, so when everyone's talking to their constituents, that putting the track 15th and 16th is going to have the track prioritized over installing video surveillance cameras in 17 schools. So that's going to prioritize it over student safety in 17 schools. It's going to prioritize it over installing Knox boxes for first responders in 16 schools. If people which will probably affect our insurance rates, because if you don't know what a Knox box is, those are those security boxes outside of commercial buildings so that first responders can get in case of an emergency. It's going to prioritize it, Mr. Levy, over your priority of outfitting 50 buses with security cameras. You talk about outfitting buses with security cameras all the time, but here we're going to put tracks over that. We're going to prioritize it over replacing aged and failing kitchen equipment, installing fly fans, and replace chemical storage cabinets throughout all of our school kitchens. So we're going to have flies.
We've all got the list. We can all read the list.
Madam Chair, I believe I'm not finished. I'm sorry, but I'm not finished. I just want to make sure that people understand. What if we don't get funding? What if we put it, and people say, so what? All this stuff's going to happen. Dr. Grimacy said, oh, it's just a matter of 6 or 8 months. Well, what if we don't get the money? What if we don't get the money, but we've already obligated it to the track? Then we get down here to the bottom, Miss Thompson, and we have Cameron not getting their roof replaced over their old locker rooms in a new built-up system. Elise Middle School isn't going to get their roof replaced on their gym, Building 1 and Building 6, and install new insulation. And High Falls, Bob, Mr. Levy, that's your favorite example. High Falls may not get a new roof on Building 2. So, you know what? Again, we can move it from 15th to 16th, but there's real consequences to this. So I just ask people to consider that when they're voting. Thank you.
Mr. Dennison.
Yes, John, I have a question. You know, I'm sort of confused by all these dates for the track. But if we move the Pinehurst track up, how much of a difference would it make the Pinecrest track being where it is now, the Pinecrest track being in what Dr. Grimacy recommended? How much of a difference in time would that make as far as the track being completed? I know that's a tough question, but would it really make a difference? Stacy sort of asked that question earlier.
Yes, and I tried to respond to that because based off of the anticipated allotment of funds to go into this, it's also contingent on the pace of sale of properties to work through this whole plan. And as you know, our county capital allotment is given monthly installments. We don't get all $750,000 at one time. So that has to build and accrue an amount. And the lottery disbursement's done quarterly. So again, it's by that. So looking strategically at the flow of available funding for it, you're looking still at having that project a year from starting.
Like I said, the bottom line is it's not going to make any difference where Pinecrest is on there as far as really having it done, since you can do some preliminary work on the track before we actually have the money to do the whole thing.
Right.
And that's what we talked about previously, about having a shelf-ready solution that as soon as the money is available and able to be allocated, that it can go out for bid at that time.
So the bottom line again is it doesn't make a difference. It's not going to be done any sooner by moving it where it is than where it originally was on this recommendation for this evening.
You still end up with a very close, similar timeline. That's correct.
Thank you. To me, that makes a difference in going through all this thing about changing what the recommendation is.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Yes,
Mr. Dennison, would you be willing to place that down, those two things last in that case?
If it's not going to matter how fast, if it's not going to be done any sooner, yes, because I mean, we can have a lot of other things done. If it's not, going to make the track get done any sooner. So I would recommend go back to the original list submitted.
The one that Dr. Grimacy submitted.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if I withdraw my motion, this is in public, so I guess we're negotiating, but it's in the spirit of the open meetings law. So if I withdraw my motion and make a motion, ask you, please, because you were in the majority, to reconsider the motion which we defeated for Dr. Grimacy's recommendation. I will second that, and we can vote again on Dr. Grimacy's recommendation, especially if you will change your vote as to Dr. Grimacy's recommendation.
I will support the recommendation made by Dr. Grimacy.
Mr. Levy, your motion.
So, Mr. Dennison, are you making? I hereby withdraw my motion and ask Mr. Dennison to please make a motion to reconsider the motion to support Dr. Grimacy's list.
I don't think we have to reconsider. I think I can just make the motion that we approve the priority list submitted by the superintendent.
Actually, Mr. Dennison, I do think it would be proper to make a motion to reconsider, since the board already defeated that motion. To bring it back, it has to be someone who voted in the majority originally to ask to reconsider.
I would move that we reconsider the motion to accept Dr. Grimacy's proposed list.
And I'll second that.
All right, motion by Mr. Dennison, a second by Mr. Levy to reconsider the order of priority for projects as recommended by the superintendent. I hate to ask, but is there any further discussion? I think we probably not talked it to the ground.
Call the question.
Seeing no further discussion, we will now proceed to vote. Ms. Thompson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
No.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Mr. Hensley?
No.
Mr. Holmes?
Aye.
And the chair votes no. The motion still carries 4-3.
Now, another point of information, Mr. Ramey, we've done the motion to reconsider. Do we have to then pass the motion, or does that pass the motion?
Good question.
No, I believe in this case, the motion, I think it was clear to all members, correct me if I'm wrong, that the action taken was that there was a motion to reconsider and to reverse the original decision and thereby approve the superintendent's recommendation.
Okay, so the superintendent's recommendation is approved.
Would be approved. I think that's right. And I think I might be mistaken. This is a little bit further into Robert's rules than I usually venture. But I think if the minutes can reflect that was the clear understanding of the board and no one took any action, otherwise, I think we're fine.
Neil, as you can say, I made a motion that we reconsider and approve the superintendent's recommendation.
I think that was clear to everyone. Correct me if I'm wrong again. If anyone wants to make a motion to bring this back or something we can consider. But I think that's clear in the minutes, can reflect it based on this discussion.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramey.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item C, the authorization to use lottery funds for Southern Pines and Pinehurst Elementary Schools. Dr. Grimacy.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mr. Barath made a presentation last week. We are to the point now where we just look at what our projected deficit is at Pinehurst, what the projected deficit is at Southern Pines. You add them up, it comes up to 1.1 million. Doesn't mean it's going to end there, but I think in order to sustain a balanced budget, we're asking that the board appropriate 1.1 million of lottery funds so that we can finish these projects and then report back to the board on what the status of that funding is upon completion of the Pinehurst project as presented last week. Mr. Barath, anything else you want to add?
And just as a point of clarity to remind the board and others, pardon me, that this is from the $1.717 million lottery that was set aside for these very purposes by the board previously, and that this 1.1 is being requested as from that set aside.
Happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
All right, the board will entertain a motion to approve the allocation of 1.1 million from the Public School Building Capital Fund North Carolina Education Lottery for the completion of the bond-funded construction projects.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Thompson, second by Mr. Dennison. Is there discussion? All right, seeing none, then we will move to the question. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Holmes?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
Mr. Hensley?
Aye.
And the chair also votes aye. The motion carries 7-0. Wow.
Thank you.
Okay. It's good because we used up all our time on the last one. At this time, we will go to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You all were much quicker on that one than I anticipated. So just give me just a second.
Surprise, surprise. Huh?
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'd like to update you on 3 items this evening. First, the staff's proposal for a standalone virtual school. Second, the North Carolina School Board's approval of a new standard course of study in social studies that will be implemented next school year. And 3, recent activity at the state and federal levels regarding the reopening of schools during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. As you may have noticed, Chair Carter approved my request to withdraw the staff recommendation to establish a standalone virtual academy on tonight's agenda. I thank all of you for the constructive feedback that you shared during last week's work session. Staff will conduct additional analysis and determine an appropriate time to revisit this matter with you in the future. In the meantime, Moore County Schools will still offer a virtual learning option with our traditional and blend ed options for the remainder of this current school year and into the 2021-22 school year. The virtual learning option remains essential for many of our students, particularly for those that have health concerns. Moreover, the virtual learning option still will be needed in the fall of 2021, depending on the accessibility of COVID-19 vaccines for children and youth under age 16, which is obviously yet to be determined. Last week, the North Carolina State Board of Education approved its new standard course of study in social studies for implementation for the 21-22 school year. As you know, the vote was 7-5, and the political and academic passions continue to run high in its aftermath. North Carolina general statutes give the State Board of Education the power and duty to adopt a standard course of study, which I'll call SCOS, for all K-12 public school districts in the state. When the State Board adopts a new SCOS pursuant to its statutory mandate, it has the force of law, and local school boards, superintendents, and other school system employees are not free to ignore it. A local school board that encourages or directs its teachers to ignore the SCOS is actually violating a legal mandate. All that said, school boards and individual school board members are certainly free to share any concerns about the SCOS with the State Board of Education. The traditional way for a school board to express concerns with state authorities, including the State Board and General Assembly and the governor, is by formal resolution. Individuals can simply send letters or emails as they see fit, though it's helpful for individual school board members to be clear when they're doing so, that they're speaking on their own behalf and not on behalf of their full board when they're doing so. And that's the power of a resolution when you all speak with one voice. I share this with you in the hope that we can keep the current state curriculum controversy between the board, the local Moore County Board of Education, the public, and the State Board of Education. Determine a consensus among yourselves and advocate as you deem necessary. Invite members of the public, even teachers and principals, to join you in your crusade. Just please avoid putting our teachers, principals, and district staff in a position in which you may require them later on to violate a legal State Board of Education mandate. Whatever one's perspective is on the new curriculum, it will not be ready for implementation until August. Indeed, the State Department of Public Instruction may yet be weeks away from issuing the final standards and guidelines to local education agencies. So it would be inappropriate for our staff to report on DPI's guidelines until we have received them and have had sufficient time to review them and come up with our own local plan for preparing for the coming year. If that information arrives soon enough, then our staff may be able to provide you with an update during your March 29th work session. Finally, I'd like to update you on the status of returning our grades 6 through 12 students to full-time in-person learning. I'm proud that Moore County Schools is one of a small percentage of school districts in the state to return all of our K-5 students who want to full-time in-person instruction 5 days a week, and our grades 6 through 12 students to at least 2 days of in-person instruction each week. As I've reported previously, this has been accomplished with just a few instances of classroom transmission. As you know, the governor last week encouraged schools to begin returning students to in-person instruction. You also will recall that Senate Bill 37 advanced quickly through the General Assembly with similar intent. However, neither the governor's pronouncement nor Senate Bill 37 proposed a lifting of the requirement for 6 feet of social distancing and the limit of 1 student per seat on school buses for grades 6 through 12. I'll add that the Centers for Disease Control, or CDC, is expected to issue new standards for reopening public schools in the next few days. But we don't anticipate that the CDC will recommend any changes to its guidelines regarding 6 feet of social distancing in middle and high schools. So despite a lot of attention to reopening schools in the past week, Moore County Schools has pushed as far as we can push. Therefore, we're in no position to implement any substantial change to our current approach until the governor lifts the requirements on social distancing and school bus seating in grades 6 through 12. Under very trying circumstances, our teachers, principals, and support staff continue to rise to the occasion to deliver both in-person and remote learning for our students while keeping our students and each other safe. Their hard work and dedication deserves our compliments and our gratitude and our applause, and I trust that you'll join me in doing so. Madam Chair, that concludes my report, and I do remain at your service.
Thank you, Dr. Hennessy. Yes, it's too bad we don't have all those teachers in person, so we could give them a round of applause. At this time, it takes us to board comments. Mr. Dennison, would you like to lead us off this evening?
No comment.
Mr. Holmes, you have a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to respectfully respond to something. There was a comment that was made. I think it had something to do with myself and Dr. Levy. And while I can speak for, I'm sorry, Mr. Levy, the issue with Principal Poole at Aberdeen Primary, I'm not sure what was misunderstood, but I have nothing but the utmost respect for him. My wife taught under him, so I'm not exactly sure what was misunderstood. I'd also like to say that this is not the forum to project pleasure with Mr. Hensley, it's completely fruitless. This is not the forum to do that. If you want to, express your dissatisfaction, email. That's a great way to do it, and perhaps maybe we can engage in some type of dialogue. But nothing really gets accomplished. The election's over with. I know people are upset about the results, but it is what it is. We're going to be on here for 4 years, so I mean, it's, I do agree that we all have to stop being mean to each other, but it is a two-way street. And just for the record, somebody said that it was 36%. I won by 54%.
Ms. Thompson, do you have comments?
No comments.
Mr. Levy?
Yes, I just wanted to take issue a little bit with Dr. Grimacy, and with regard to the new state standards. I try to keep a pulse on the public and some of the reaction to the new state standards, and they're quite shocking. There is a perception that, whether that's true or not, that the new state standards place us into groups and teach history through groups rather than nationally. Things like Stonewall, and for those who don't know what Stonewall is, I hope that you'll look it up, are not more important than the signing of the Declaration of Independence. What we need to check into and what we need to learn is exactly what these new state standards are. And I really do want a presentation by our curriculum director to explain in a lot more detail, at least so that the public understands what these new standards are. Because over the past week, I have gotten many, many inquiries of people saying, I don't want to send my child to the public schools. I want to send my child to a private school, or I want to send my child to some other type of school, or homeschool my child, because I do not want to expose my child to woke liberalism. Now, I'm not so sure that those are the standards, that the standards are absolute and positive woke liberalism. I do know from what I've seen of the new standards that they do not lead us to an objective look at our history. And they do try to put us into groups and to look at our history as a struggle among groups. And it is not. It is a struggle to become a nation. It is a struggle to become one, to become e pluribus unum, from many one, not from one many. So in that spirit, I hope we will get much more information from our director of curriculum. I believe that it is not, with all due respect to Dr. Grimacy, our duty to blindly follow what the State Board of Education demands. I believe that there are a lot of nuances within the State Board of Education's guidelines and their standards. And I believe that we can give our students a good, solid lesson in history, as well as an appreciation of how great this nation is, and give them an idea of American exceptionalism without glossing over the Trail of Tears or Stonewall or various setbacks that we've had. So I think, I hope that we will, at our next meeting, get an in-depth report from our director of curriculum. And if that has to go till April, I understand that too. But I hope that we'll have a deep dive into that so that we can assure the public that the best place to educate a child is the Moore County schools, and as well at each and every Moore County school. And I will not apologize for my insistence that each and every Moore County school become an excellent school. And I will not stop from my insistence that we will not have D-rated schools, that we will have only excellent schools in Moore County. And I know that each one of us is going to work to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Mr. Hensley, do you have comments?
Yes, ma'am. I only had one brief comment, but I want to follow up on what Mr. Levy said. Mr. Levy is absolutely correct. After the new social study standards were passed, the private schools and the public charter schools in this area got a flood of new applications. This board and the central office needs to understand and recognize that many parents in this county have choices. And if the impact of the new social study standards are not addressed, it will further the exodus from Moore County schools, which will weaken us all. That's my follow-up to Mr. Levy's comment. My brief comment I was going to make is during the presentation about the opening of the Southern Pines Elementary School, a comment was made thanking the Board of Education for the new Southern Pines Elementary building. I would suggest that although a lot of hard work was put in by the previous Board of Education, the central office, the people to thank for the shiny new Southern Pines Elementary School are the Moore County taxpayers. Thank you. That's all.
I think, Mr. Hensley, I can echo that as well. That's one of the things from the bond campaigns that we all know. It took the voters to do it. Ms. Caldwell.
Yes, I have a few. First, I wanted to say thank you to all of our bus drivers because this week is Bus Appreciation Week. So if you see a bus driver, thank them for continuing to safely drive our students to and from school. I also want the public to know that my focus remains to continue on making our school system the best it can be. It seems lately everything that was done in years past is now some kind of conspiracy that has to be investigated. Social media is great for negativity and rumors, and I do not condone the behavior that has been taking place there lately. I urge people to not let social media posts make decisions for you, and I encourage you to do your research. To be honest, I'm really sick of always trying to defend our schools because someone is trying to look for the negative and create drama. We need to let the teachers teach and let the staff do their jobs. It is great to ask questions, especially for the new board members that are still learning our policies and procedures. What is not great is when you're interrupting someone's day because you're fishing for negativity. Moore County Schools has amazing kids, amazing teachers and staffs and principal. But because of COVID, it has been so hard for all of us to see the amazing things that take place in our schools. I want to challenge schools to post more on their social media. Show Moore County how amazing our schools truly are. Show off your successes. To my board members, we are all in this together. I want to believe that every board member is here for the right reasons. Let's work as a team instead of trying to divide apart. Different ideas are great to have. The negativity and extra work that is laid on our staff is not. What is the past is the past. We never will move forward if we keep trying to relive it. Let's accomplish things together. Fighting or trying to prove a point leads us nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. I'd like to reemphasize what Dr. Grimacy said about the social studies standards and realize that this is something that needs to be dealt with between our board and the state board. It's not a matter to embroil our senior staff or our teachers in because they will do what we tell them to do. And so it is up to us to make our desires known to the folks who meet in Raleigh regularly and who are making these plans. I would also urge our board members to actually look at these standards. We're talking about standards for kindergarten through 12th grade. We're not talking about just American history. So there are changes that are coming along in all of these. I know I inquired and was given the links so that I could go ahead and look at them, and I've already begun to read through them. So to make blanket statements that perhaps that you don't like the standards without ever having looked at them is a very unfair way to form an opinion. So I would encourage you to go ahead and be proactive and look at these, especially Mr. Levy, with your background in social studies and the knowledge of some of the earlier curriculum you already have. You'll be able to look and very effectively see where changes have taken place.
Madam Chair, I have looked at
Well,
many of these.
I'm glad you have. You'll get a better perspective of it than the rest of us being.
I have looked at them, and some of them are frightening.
I'd say I've been looking at them as well, and so I would encourage our other board members to do their own research and get in there and look at that. But let's just keep in mind that this is a decision that needs to come out of the board. It won't come from our teachers or our senior staff. We've got to do some homework on our own, and so I would encourage everybody to do that. And if you need the links, I'm sure Mr. Levy must have them since he's been looking at it, and I'm happy to provide them to anyone who emails me and wants to see how to get to these curriculum changes, because it is a very important time. I also look forward to observing some classes at Aberdeen Elementary this week. I think Mr. Levy and Mr. Holmes are joining me there such that we can see some restart classes. Or classes within our first restart school. We were so eager and enthusiastic after hearing the program last week and to see some of these programs getting into action. So as COVID-19 has shut us out of so many of the schools, we don't get to go to games or plays or simply walk through and smile at a student. This will be a first for us in a good long while, so I'm really looking forward to it. With that, I think I'm ready to be through for the night. So, Mr. Dennison, would you like to move?
I'm extremely happy to move that the meeting be adjourned.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Dennison, a second by Mr. Holmes. I think if you will raise your right hand and maybe aye, yes, we can adjourn the meeting. The motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, one and all.